everything is now is okay. So now time to start. Okay, so my name is the Che Hanbeer at KDF, who is moderator for the 2023 Global Disability Conference. It's good to see you all. So did you enjoy good time in the long holiday in Korea? So after the long holiday, maybe you have some more energy to start our issues regarding for the human rights of persons with disabilities. So this conference operated by the CODI and then hosted by the KDF, and total 5 Asia Pacific countries joining together for this conference. So many people know that about the UN CRPD. As you know, the UN CRPD. So currently 45 countries out of 57 ESCAP members are ratified the UNCRPD. The UNCRPD will be the main mechanism to protect, promote rights of persons with disabilities. The UNCRPD is the standard to note human rights, and also UNCRPD is a tool to protect, promote their rights of the persons with disabilities. So this is very good mechanism. So in that sense, the UN CRPD, as you know, made 16 years ago, and also with the very good success stories, and also with the good experience regarding World UN CRPD. And also the conflict observation is very important, but more important thing is that how to implement the conflict observation in our community, and how much the people are involved in the implementation process. So that is the more important from my perspective. So that is our perspective. So based on this perspective, Korea and also other 5 countries got together to discuss about this concluding observation and also our strategy in the future by developing the indicator to check, to monitor the implementation process of the concluding observation. And through these indicators, maybe we can work with government and also other civil societies. So for this students, we studied several times. We had some workshops several times and developed some draft of our indicator. So this is place to release our the first draft of the indicators from each country. So today also we're supposed to have more the guests to hear, but there are so many some of the issues and they're the business. So we couldn't invite some other VIPs for the good message. But firstly, I'd like to invite the lawmaker Yoon of the Basic Income the Party for her message, please.
From Basic Income Party. We had long holidays of Chuseok. Many people enjoyed long holidays, but still we have to remember that there are people who cannot visit their parents' hometown, workers who cannot take even a day off, and bereaved family members of the victims, and those who are fighting for mobility rights of the disabled. We have to remember them. It's been a long time since the government established the national plan to protect human rights of the disabled people. But in order to have implementation substantively, we need more efforts. And the rights of minorities and universal security net should be established by the government. However, recent days, the Korean government is going to the opposite direction by cutting budget for the disabled people. The budgets for call taxi for the disabled and also personal assistance service, these budgets have been slashed, and President Yoon is not keeping his campaign promises. So we need international solidarity for equal society ever before. And today, we are holding this meaningful conference to review the challenges faced by Asian countries I hope that this conference will lay a foundation for strengthening international solidarity to deal with our issues together. I will do my utmost to support the human rights of the disabled people in Korea and also in other nations. I would like to thank KDF and other organizations for hosting this event, and also leaders from Asian countries. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the lawmakers Yoon In for your support and the good message. Thank you very much for your congratulatory remarks. Thank you again. So we're a little bit delayed from the older schedule, so we just move into the first session. So to keep on our time. So the first session is about independent living. So I'd like to invite Director Ki-hyun and Maulani Rotinsulu, and also the Kim Ju-hyun. Please come to the podium for your speech. And also, just to explain about today's schedule in brief. So today's schedule and our programs, please, you can check our webpage of the KDF. Please check at the KDF in the webpage, and then you can find all the programs and also documentations. And also for the accessible the conference, we invited many the technicians for the simultaneous translation interpretation is provided. And also we have the two the sign language interpreter here, the international sign language interpreter, and also we have the two other the Korean sign language interpreters. And also we have the caption service. And also we have also the Korean and English the caption service. So you can enjoy the caption service in Korean and English. So once again, I'd like to thank you for your support for the accessible conference. So in our documentations booklet, you can see some the QR code. So the QR code is that from this QR code you can download all these documentations, and also you can see some the satisfactory questionnaires to give your comment after this conference. So now it's time for the first session. There are so many issues regarding person with disabilities. Among them, so we try to select some of the common or the important issues. So one of them is that independent living, and also with disabilities and education. So this the three area can be touched during this conference. So I want to know what is the current implementation status in Asia Pacific countries. So what is the future directions? So today's conference will deal with those issues. First session is about the independent living. So which means covers many the different issues and areas. Okay, so now we're gonna start for the first sessions. I'd like to invite moderator Director Kim Ju-hyun of Korean Cerebral Palsy Association, please. So good morning. So this is the first sessions. My name is I'm Kim Ju-hyun of Korea Cerebral Palsy Association. It's good to see you all. So our association also had some the conference for last week for 2 days. So today's I was invited to be here as the moderator of the first session. So usually I came to here as just to speak as the visitors, but today I was applied as the moderator. So now I'm using the machines to speak by myself. So during the last holidays, I prepared my speech in this speaking the machine. So maybe my moderations would not be good, but I will do my best for good moderations. And also I will do my best prepare. I do my best to organize the perfect session. Sometimes I need to use the speech machine, so I need sometimes please be a little bit more. So this is the first session is about independent living. Article 19 of the UN CRPD, living independently and being included in the community. So this article is about the enjoy the light on equal basis with others to participate in the community for independent living. So in these sessions, we invited 3 speakers from Korea, Indonesia, and Japan to know that how much implemented this Article 19. First, I would like to invite the Director Ki-hyun of IS Center, and also second, I'd like to invite Maulani Rotinsulu of Indonesia. And lastly, I'd like to invite Hiroaki Furihata from Japan. So after these 3 speakers, and then we're going to have some Q&A session a little bit. So this is the process for the first session. After this Q&A session, and so and then we have some more time to give some the last comment from 3 speakers. So first, I would like to invite Director Ki-hyun from Korea to know that implementation status of independent living and Article 19 of the UN CRPD. Please. You're going to have the 20 minutes for your presentation. Please keep on your time. Thank you.
예.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ki-hyun, representing Korea's Independent Living Centers. Nice to meet you all. I have to use my tablet and I have to use some technologies. Sorry for the inconvenience that you might face. In Korea, we have many difficulties in Korean society, especially in 2 sectors in terms of we have to be dependent on family members. And also, after the Korean War, many Koreans disabled people have been institutionalized, especially those who don't have the support from the family members. They had to live in institutions for the disabled people. So we had to suffer from some difficulties from institutionalization for the disabled people. This is the changes in disability discourse in Korea. Our movement started in 1960. As I mentioned, until 1970s, the movement was focused on the protection of the disabled people. But after the 1970s, we had some paradigms focusing on rehabilitation of the disabled people. And from 1990, we started change it to the paradigm of the rights-based movement. And from 2000, we started to be aware of the importance of independent living of the disabled people. And in 2009, CRPD, UN CRPD had been actually ratified in Korea. Before 2000, usually the disability movement was led by persons with mild disabilities by segments. And there was a paradigm that the disabled people should adapt to the society. But from 2000, there were changes in persons who are taking the initiatives. And also we had changes in paradigm, focusing on independent living, and also changes in relations and criteria. This was the nature of the disability movement in Korea. In 2001, we had lift fall accident in Oido Station. It was temporary lift that was used for disabled persons, and a person actually died from this accident. It motivated the struggle or fight of the disability activists, and they occupied train tracks at Seoul Station in order to achieve their right to movement. So in 2005, the law on promotion of the transportation convenience of the mobility disadvantaged persons enacted, but still we have difficulties in implementing this law in Korea. I'm not sure whether I can play this video or not. I will skip this video clip because of the time limit. This is the news which is related to Oido Station accident. In 1981, the government designated April 20 as Disability Day. And in our disability organizations have participated some campaigns after that to commemorate Disability Day. And in April 20, in 2002, this day was designated as the day for elimination of discrimination against persons with disabilities. And we are still commemorating this day. And on March 26, 2002, activist Ong Che, she died after the struggle for the rights of the disabled. And to commemorate her death, we are actually commemorating this day as Day for Eliminating Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities. From 2003 in Korea, we launched Coalition for Disability Discrimination Act. So referring to ADA in the United States, we actually started our movement to establish the law to eliminate discrimination against persons with disabilities. In 2003, Korean Council for Centers for Independent Living with Disabilities had launched. It's been 20 years since the establishment of this council. And also, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary this year. At the time in 2003, we had only 11 independent living centers in Korea, but now we have 92 independent living centers in our organization, in our council. I know that there are some independent living centers in other nations, but before 2007, we didn't have independent living centers. So from 2005, a personal assistance service actually didn't exist before 2007. And from 2007, we started struggle for personal assistance systems and rights for people with disabilities. We had some head shaving performance to achieve the right to assistance service. And this personal assistance system have been implemented since 2007, but still we have some problems though. I will skip the video clip due to time limits. Actually, we scroll the Han River Bridge in order to show our struggle to achieve our rights. I was included in that campaign. You might watch this video later. Now I'd like to talk about deinstitutionalization and independent living movement. In 2005, there was an investigation on institutions. At the time, as far as I remember, some people actually were forced to be institutionalized. So we didn't have any choice to housing types at that time. So in collaboration, like Japan, we had some grading system for disabled people. And also Seoul City established 5-year plan for deinstitutionalization. And we had sit-in Gwanghwamun Station at Gwanghwamun Station to eliminate residential institutions. So during 1,842 days, it's like 5 to 6 years, long time sit-in demonstration. In 2013, Seoul City established a 5-year plan for deinstitutionalization. This is the result achieved by our struggle. So finally, in 2020 August, the government announced the roadmap to help people with disabilities deinstitutionalized and live independently in the community. But current government is going the opposite direction. This is the government's deinstitutionalization roadmap, and the graph left side is before the roadmap and right side after the roadmap. As you can see, after the roadmap, in the community, individual housing support have been established and implemented. Although it has been individualized, still it is a type of institutions. So we are actually against this idea of breaking down large scale institutions into smaller ones. The government is actually denying the term deinstitutionalization. Instead of deinstitutionalization projects, the current government is conducting disability independent support project. And the government is misleading the idea of deinstitutionalization. So actually, we are fighting against the government measures right now. Actually, the government is violating the UN CRPD's deinstitutionalization guidelines. In terms of the budget for institutions, actually, there are a lot of budget for institutions. It's like the budget for institutions is 110 times higher than the budget for the pilot project of independent living. As I mentioned already, in Korea, we have disability grading system. This grading system is based on medical model of disability. We had 1 to 6 grade in the past, but we have 2 kind of two tiers for grade system currently, mild disability and severe disabilities. So although the government insists that disability grade system was abolished, it's fake abolition of disability grading system. So after the revision of the current past grading system, 36.7% people had lower grade after the revision. Lower grade means that less eligibility for personal assistance. So it is the violation of the rights of the disabled people. The concluding observation of the first initial national report, Article 8, Korean system is based on medical model and it should be actually revised. That's the recommendation from the committee. In Korea, in terms of the prevalence of disabilities, you can see prevalence of disabilities in other countries, especially OECD countries. Korea stands at 5.39%. And as you can see in the UK, the prevalence rate is 21%. Actually, the criteria to be recognized as a disabled person is quite narrow and limited in Korea. That's why we have lower prevalence of disabilities. This is actually medical model-based support. So the concluding observation on the first country report of Korea recommends that Korea should consider the characteristics and circumstances and needs of persons with disabilities rather than disability class. But still, the government is ignoring the recommendation from the committee. I talked about personal assistance service. We have 980,000 severely disabled people in Korea. But actually, out of them, only 120,000 are receiving personal assistance service. Still, we have 390,000 people who need assistance service with daily living. But still, they cannot receive these services from the government. Actually, only 24 persons nationwide are receiving 16-hour service, which is the highest grade in terms of allocated service hours. It's like 0.01% of total disabled people. So actually, it's the support tailored by the government budget. So the government is saying that you are carrying the burden of the disabled people. It reminds us of the T4 campaign conducted in Germany in 1939. Those who have children with developmental disabilities, they kill their children, they commit suicide because they face difficulties, severe difficulties in their daily livings. Actually, the burden of caring, the care providing burden is falling on to the shoulders of the parents right now, instead of society and government. I will be quick to the time limits. Have you heard about public jobs, public employment? It's very difficult for the disabled to have jobs in Korea. No company or few companies are hiring disabled people, and disabled people are excluded from the minimum wage system. Those who have certain type of disabilities, they are excluded from the minimum wage system. So it's like 400,000 Korean won per month. Actually, the average wage is 3 to 4 million Korean won. It's like 1/10 of the average income. And even those who are not participating in economic activities, the number is high, especially for those who have intellectual disabilities, developmental disabilities, and brain lesion. So I have to conclude my remarks due to time limits. In Korea, the welfare budget for the disabled people is very low compared to the OECD average. It's like 1/3 of the OECD average. So 10 times lower sometimes compared with the countries like UK. Korea is not actively implementing the CRPD. That's my conclusion. There are many reasons why the Korean government is failing. One reason is the decrease in budget. The Ministry of the Planning and Economic Activities, it's actually reducing the budget for the disabled people. They are only focusing on efficiency of the budget. Still, we have barriers in the society for the disabled people, and we have still difficulties, and we have to struggle hard to collaborate with other countries to achieve our rights. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
So thank you for Director Seo Ki-hyun, and also thank you for keep on your time. Thank you very much. So Mr. Seo talk about this condition situation of the disabled people in Korea and history of the IL and also current status of the independent living movement in Korea, and also what is government policy, and also personal assistance, and also the budget issues. She covers many issues. And as Director Choi has said, the independent living is not only specific issues. Independent living can cover all the lives of the persons with disabilities. So that's why this IL is the allocated for the session. And then second, I'd like to invite the Japanese speaker. We changed some orders. I'd like to invite Hiroaki Furihata from Japan. I will give 20 minutes for your presentation. Please, Furihata-san.
Thank you very much. Okay, should I project my presentation from my side? Okay, my name is Hiroaki Furihata, a board member of DPI Japan. This one is DPI Japan's organization, OPD, which work for advocacy and implementation law to the society. And also I'm a member, staff of Human Care Association, one of the independent living centers in Japan. So I'm in my daily work, I both work for advocacy and also issue on independent living. And so it's my pleasure to make a presentation on the issue of Article 19 on living independently in the community of CRPD in Japan. So our given topic is so review of the implementation of Article 19, how it is, how it's implemented in Japan, or how is the implementation of a CRPD in Japan. And also we recently had a concluding observations on a CRPD to Japan. So how we see that the issue of independent living from the point of view of concluding observations. So let's move on. Oops. So before I dig into Article 19 of a concluding of the Article 19 of CRPD, I'd like to make a brief explanation on the background CRPD and Japan. So it was September 28, 2007. So Japan signed the CRPD. And then the ratification was made in January 20th, 2014. So actually, it took 7 years for ratification. So maybe many wonders why. So because we, especially from a OPD side, disability organization side, to make a government stop, to make an earlier ratification before its harmonization of the domestic laws to a CRPD. So because we thought if government ratified beforehand the harmonization of the domestic disability laws to a CRPD, maybe government started to say, we already, arranged the situation based upon a CRPD. So OPDs stopped government ratification. And then before that, we worked hard. Pressure the government had to harmonize basic domestic core disability laws to a CRPD. So these are the three basic act for persons with disabilities. This is kind of constitution regarding to the issue of disabilities, and act on providing comprehensive support for the daily life and life in society of persons with disabilities. This act make a detail on the provision of support service for persons with disabilities, including personal assistance service and independent living. So, and act for eliminating discrimination against persons with disabilities. anti-discrimination law. So what is a discrimination with a person with disabilities is defined in this law. And regarding to Article 19 and the personal assistance service necessary for independent living is in Japan. It came to be a national system in 2002. And the previous law of the Act of Comprehensive Support for Persons with Disabilities, but they started sometimes have a backlash and have some progress. And then independent living centers work hard with DPI Japan to make a progress of this national system. Then act on providing comprehensive support came out in 2012 with the harmonization of CLPD. Then in 2016, July 13, because the ratification of the Japanese government was late, so submission of the first initial report to the committee, it's coming to be it's 2016, so very late in comparison with the situation in Korea, and then with the submission of an initial report of the government, OPDs worked hard to write a parallel report. So Japan Disability Forum. So this one is 13 nationwide organizations of persons with disabilities. Japan, including DPI Japan, submit the first parallel report to a CLPD committee. Then the second one, we also have a private briefings. And also we submitted the second report in March 2021. First, and because of corona pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, the schedule of a committee was delayed. Then finally, we submitted the third parallel report in July 2022. Then constructive dialogue between the Japanese government and the committee of the CLPD was made on August 22nd and 23rd. Then concluding observations on Japan was published on October 7th, 2022, so just 1 year ago. So then regarding to the issue of independent living, regarding to Article 19, what kind of perception, recognition OPDs has, as I mentioned here. It's excerpt from a third parallel report to the committee of a CLPD committee from the Japan Disability Forum on Article 19. So we recognized the issue of, first one is institutionalization of persons with disabilities and the hospitalization, long-term hospitalization of persons with psychosocial disabilities. The persons with disabilities who are institutionalized and hospitalized, the number is quite large. So those who are persons with physical disabilities, 73,000 persons with physical disabilities, and 132,000 persons with intellectual disabilities are institutionalized. And 302,000 persons with psychosocial disabilities are hospitalized for long term. So many persons with disabilities are institutionalized, still institutionalized, or hospitalized. And also the Japanese government said some number of people are deinstitutionalized, but in reality, the number of persons who transit to the community is very little. only around 0.3% of those who are institutionalized could achieve the transition. And the my bigger problem is that more number of people are institutionalized during that span. So progress of institutionalizations is very limited, very slow. And so this is issues of so transition to the community is very slow. So these are issues which we Japan Disability Forum recognized. So then Japan Disability Forum pointed out the absence of laws regarding the right to live in a community and transition to the community is problematic. So still we do not have a clear law to promote the transition to the community. And also we do not have a strategy to the community transition, national community transition from institutions or from hospitals. So we also emphasize the necessity of national strategy for that, for community transition to the community. And then we also pointed out the necessity to effective transition plan. And then but for transition to the community, efficient support service, including personal assistance services necessary. Yes, we have a national system for personal assistance service, but the capacity is not enough to accept the more persons who are transited to the who will be transited to the community from an institution. So we need to expand to the support services for transition to the community. So these are the points which recognize, also emphasized our initial report, our prior report to a CRPD committee. Then after constructive dialogue, we have concluding observations on Japan. So this one is composed by long one. So 72 paragraphs it has. I think it's relatively longer to other concluding observations. Then it said that the issue of independent living and being included in the community, Article 19 and Article 24, an issue of inclusive education. These 2 points are very crucial issue and must work upon it immediately. This one is this sentence is included in concluding observations. So okay, in the concluding observations on the issue of Article 19, and we appreciate the committee, which committee included the points, reflect the points which, OPDs from in Japan emphasize in prior report. So for example, like, 41, this one is committee's recognition on the issue of to Japan. That point is what kind of recommendations, a warning came to Japan. First one is A, take expedite measures to end the institutionalization of persons with disabilities. So it clearly said, concluding observations clearly said, it's saying to end the institutionalization, and for that need to take expedite clear measure to end the institutionalization, and also expand the necessary support and expand this arrangement for transition to the community. And B, review all cases of persons with disabilities who are hospitalized in psychiatric hospitals, and to cease any indefinite hospitalization and ensure that informed consent and foster the independent living. So concluding observation also recognize the problem of long-term hospitalization to persons with psychosocial disabilities. So it says the necessity of survey, clarify the cases, and also foster the, raise awareness on independent living. And C is ensure that persons with disabilities have an opportunity to choose their place of residence. So it also, the committee also urged to Japanese government to ensure that their choice for living in a community and a decision to the living in the community. So this choice and decision by person with disabilities must be secured. Okay, next page. And D, so launch in consultation with organization of persons with disabilities, a legal framework and national strategy with time-bound benchmarks. So a legal framework and national strategy for deinstitutionalization, transition to the community with independent living. So we OPDs, Japan Disability Forum, strongly emphasize the lack of legal framework and national strategy for the institutionalization. So this point was also reflected in the concluding observations. And then E, strengthen support arrangements for persons with disabilities to live independently in the community. So we recognized the support service, necessary support, capacity of support is not enough for the institutionalization and transition to the community. So strengthen the support arrangement is very necessary. And C, revise existing assessment schemes for granting support and services. So it said that for receiving a support, public support for independent living and other services, persons with disabilities must take assessment for granting support. But this assessment schemes is very medical. So it concluding observation urges to revise these assessment schemes based upon a human rights model. So for that, we also must work hard to revise the assessment based upon social model and human rights model. So these are concluding observations on the Article 19. And these concluding observations very much reflected the voice from civil society, organization, and organization of persons with disabilities. So now we have a concluding observations, and OPDs now started work with concluding observations. For example, DPI Japan's analyzed the concluding observations and revised our action plan, and toward the establishment of seamless personal assistance service system. This one's part of the incapacitation, enlargement of the strength and support services for independent living, and also towards the establishment of a system of deinstitutionalization. As concluding observations on Article 19 clearly urged to Japan's government for deinstitutionalization. So OPDs need to give a pressure to the government to make a system of deinstitutionalization. And so for that, recognize the amendment or revise of the core acts which I mentioned before, the revision of Basic Act for Persons with Disabilities, and act on providing comprehensive support for the daily life and life in a society of persons with disabilities, and act for eliminating discrimination against persons with disabilities are very necessary. And of course, relevant laws also must be revised. And also we have to take campaigns like a symposium, seminar, study group, town meeting, rally, etc. on independent living and institutionalization. We actually already doing some activities, and also survey or policy recommendation based upon the CRPD and concrete observations. So, and also input to the government through the Disability Policy Committee. So these are the action plans, revised action plans of DPI Japan on Article 19, and also activities actually we are started to take. And also as a DPOs, CSOs, regarding to the Article 19, they started to take actions after concluding observations. So we just put just a few examples. We're doing many, but just few examples, like some campaigns after publication of concluding observations. Like last year, December 3rd and 4th, DPI Japan organized a forum to promote CRPD. Let's promote the implementation of a CRPD by using concluding observations. And also December 6, 2022, Japan Disability Forum organized a national forum toward the society aimed by the CRPD. And 2023, January 16th, Japan Federation of Bar Association invited Dr. Daniel Sprass, former UN Special Rapporteur on the right of health, and organized a symposium toward the future of persons with psychosocial disabilities. In this forum, symposium, the hospitalization of psychosocial disabilities, person with psychosocial disabilities also have an intense discussion. And May 27 and 28, so DPI Japan also organized a national conference towards revision of Basic Act for Persons with Disabilities by using concluding observation. Then it will be, this symposium occurred and this week, next week, on October 17th, 2023. So DPI Japan will organize a symposium. Let's promote the institutionalization based on concluding observation, with inviting Sir Robert Martin, the member of UN committee, CRPD committee, and other disability leaders. So we organize at the House of Representatives. So we also raise, so we very much aim to raise awareness of not only civil society, but also those who are concerning to legislative office and officials. So these are the activities we are very much concerned, taking action after the concluding observations regarding to Article 19. So this is a situation of the implementation of a CRPD and Article 19, and then our actions after concluding observations. So sorry that limited time of the presentation, so I will stop my presentation here. And so I have to leave this conference at noon because I have another appointment, but sorry about that, but I'm very much welcome to the questions, to my and comment to my presentation on the situation of Japan by email through the KDF organizer. And thank you very much.
So thank you, Hiroaki, for your presentations. He talked about the process of the concrete observation since 2007 when Japan ratified the CRPD and also like a petition of JDF on the Article 19 and detailed information about the Article 19 and also structure of the concrete observation and also introduced the response from the civil society in Japan. And also he mentioned that the civil society tried to block not to ratify the UN CRPD, but he tried to make the harmonize before the ratification. And then now I'd like to invite Maulani Rotinsulu from Indonesia for your presentation. I will give 20 minutes. So please be brief. Thank you very much. It's your time, Maulani.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is going for these two presentations? Sorry. Yeah. I hope we are still inside of the rooms and having courage. Okay, I'm Maulani Rotinsulu. I'm co-founder of Indonesian Association of Women with Disabilities in 1997, and also co-founders for ASEAN Disability Forums. So today we are requested to talk about living independently, Article 19 of UN CRPD. And I took all the points from the CSO or OPD's, Organization of Persons with Disability Alternative Reports, and compare it into the UN CRPD committee recommendations. So, ladies and gentlemen, CSOs and OPDs, because in Indonesia, OPDs, we have been recognized as part of CSO as well. So sometimes to make it a bit inclusive, we use CSOs as a part of the OPDs itself. So CSOs and OPDs actually having collaboration with the Ministry of Planning and Budgeting that had tried to develop national indicator for CRPD that domesticate in a law number 8, 2016. In 2020 to 2021, before the before the constructive dialogue with CRPD committee. So since the state report 2017 to the UN and alternative report of society, OPD has progress in it. So I will also present you the progress in structure, process, and expected outcome on the independent living. But before that, I would like to giving you information that Indonesia has signed the convention in 2007 and ratified the convention in 2011 and domestication the CRPD into national law in 2016. Under the national law, we have 9 government regulations, and then we also work inclusively with others bill of law of law on sexual violence crime. This is my personal experience, and we try to insert the issue of CRPD inside of the law and on sexual violence crime. So we also advocate the inclusion of disability in the Bill of Criminal Code. We are still in a progress on it, and we finalize National Action Plan of Person with Disability or Strategic Plan of a national strategic plan on persons with disabilities in 2021. So I'm coming to to my presentation. So the second slide, please. I take the findings from the report of alternative report of five coalition of persons with disabilities from Indonesia that sending the alternative report to the UN CRPD committee. So I took three findings only. First is the government does not implement termination standard for the residents of social institution that does not have guidelines for monitoring social rehabilitation in private institutions. Second is lack of social development scheme, which allow residents of the institution to get out of the institution and live in the community. And the third is limited standard or support system of social protection, employment, housing, health, education, and other support needed for people with disability, or in particular, we are fighting for the people with psychosocials and their family to ensure the rights to live independently and participate fully in the community. That's the findings. So UN CRPD committee give recommendations to the governments to adopt the strategy for the process of deinstitutionalization of adults and children with disability who reside in residential and social care institutions, hospitals, halfway homes, and rehabilitation center. Second recommendation is establish a community-based support system for independent living with an allocated budget that includes social protections, employment, housing, healthcare, education, and any other support required for persons with disability to choose where and with whom they live and to live independently and participate in the community. So I would like to share the information, the follow-up action that advocate by OPDs and also working together with the government as well. This is to answer the indicator of structure and process of independent living issues. Actually, there are a lot of progress, but I would like to give you two progress. First is we succeed in 5 years National Action Plan of Persons with Disability on Accessibility, Priority 2. This National Action Plan talking about the improved public services and facilities that are easily accessible. Second is affordable and easily accessible housing. Third is providing public transportation services that are easily accessible and disability friendly. And four, providing a public communication and information system that is accessible, reliable, and responsive to the needs of persons with disability. Several indicators or several actions have been progressed by the government, such as we have already accessible housings, but still in the capital city. So we don't think that this is a complete indicators because Indonesia is very huge country. We have 34 provincial level and then around 400 sub-district level. So the percentage of achievement is not in a best qualification relating to the DPOs. Second is the follow-up action that advocates is the government regulation on concession. This concessions regulations still in a drafting until now, but we can see the progress of what the governments have done. So the concession is to encourage livelihoods such as social protection, health, transportation, and other necessary support. And there are actions progress that now we have free or discount railway or train, 20% discount railway or train. And if you are aged in 60, then you will also can get 60% discount for the train. And also free of charge bus. We call the bus is Transjakarta. Free of charge for person with disability. They provide a card for enabling us to ride or to use this kind of transportation. And then the third is we get minimum scheme of health insurance. The minimum, we have 3 grades of health insurance provided by the governments, but the disability get free, but for the minimums, yeah. Okay, and then sorry. The other follow-up actions that advocate is Indonesian Mental Health Associations. It is an OPD, and the Ministry of Law and Human Rights succeed in forming of task force. We call it POGJA, like a working group or task force, which was inaugurated on December 2021 by the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. This POGJA is the only POGJA, we call POGJA P5WHAM, is the only government initiative that specifically formed to resolve human rights violation against people with mental disabilities, especially those in social institutions, by regular monitoring and monitoring the institutions and connect it to the responsible agency. In terms of developments, I wish that Professor can consider it as an indicator of outcomes. So the POGJA P5 HWM should have a role to play in enabling PWD or person with disability to live independently outside institution through collaborating with such as the Agency of Public Works, Human Settlements, Manpower, Health, Education, Planning and Budgeting, and Finance and Social Protection. This 1, 2, 6, 7. These 7 ministry or agencies or agencies should be one of the indicator of outcomes on the living independently recommendation of the UN CRPD committee. So that's the base thought that I would like to give to you. Next is I would like to show how many government regulations that support the independent living. There are so the green one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 government regulations support the independent living. First is about the government regulation on social welfare for persons with disabilities. Second is the government regulation on planning, implementation, and evaluation to respect, protect, and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. And then the government regulation on accessibility to housing, public services, and the protection from disaster for persons with disabilities, and government regulation on habilitation and rehabilitation services for persons with disabilities. And the last is the Ministry of Social Affairs regulation on issuance of persons with disabilities cards. This is 7 government regulation that support to the independent living. So that's all the situation of Indonesia. I would like to add a small design or small concepts of CRPD relating to the institutionalization. I just write it as a refuse institutionalizations. So why we have to refuse institutionalization? First is institutionalization is a sorry, I just lost my concentrate. Discriminatory practice against persons with disabilities. Second, denial of the legal capacity of persons with disabilities. Third, constitutes the detention and deprivation of liberty based on impairment. And fourth, expose person with disability to forced medical intervention with psychotropic medication. And the fifth, expose person with disability to the administration of drug and other intervention without free, prior, and informed consent. That is why we have to agree on the institutionalizations. So aspect of independent living, in Indonesia, we found that the points, it should be in a social protection, concession, housing, healthcare, daily care assistance, transportation, and the institutionalization. So that's all from me, Indonesia. I hope I do not take more than the time. I would like to give you quotes. It was from Judy Human. She said that if I have to be thankful about accessible bathrooms, when I'm ever gonna be equal in the community. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. So actually, we've heard the presentations from each 3 countries, and now we will have a Q&A session. If you have any questions among 3 presenters. Yes, in Japan, you said in institutions, the psychosocial disabilities, people with psychosocial disabilities, why they have been institutionalized for 30 years because of what kind of disabilities? Did you hear? Did you hear my
Yes, I
question?
can hear you. Yes, this is one of the biggest issues regarding to independent living. In Japan, the issue of long-term hospitalization of persons with psychosocial disabilities. There are so many persons with psychosocial disabilities hospitalized for a long time. And one of the recognition of us on this long-term hospitalization, one of the program of the Mental Health Act. So Mental Health Act do not say much about, for example, like treatment and care of persons with psychosocial disabilities in the community, but rather treatment in a hospital. So this Mental Health Act is differ from the Act for example, like the Act for Support and Service for Persons with Disabilities, which amended at the time of harmonization with CRPD. So it's very tough to amendment or revision of Mental Health Act at the present moment. And another issue is lack of lack of support services for the treatment of persons with psychosocial disabilities in the community. And also the social awareness toward the persons with psychosocial disabilities is very much medical and not very much based upon the point of view of human rights of the persons with psychosocial disabilities. So there is a prejudice, like persons with psychosocial disabilities are dangerous or very problems. Such kind of prejudice in the society is very strong. So this is also the issue that the society take a position to segregate of persons with psychosocial disabilities into the hospital. So that reason why still so many persons with psychosocial disabilities are hospitalized and very long term. So there is a word that terms that such a long term hospitalization of the persons with psychosocial disability is not for the treatment or cure, but kind of social hospitalization. So I don't like this word, but social hospitalization means hospitalization for medical treatment for cure, but hospitalization for protection of society was like that. So we have to change this way of thinking, and also we have to change the Mental Health Act, and also we have to set up the framework, legal framework and national strategy to promote the transition from a hospital to a community living. Is my answer, is my word answering to your question? Hope my answer is fine for you. Thank you.
다른 질문.
Any other questions or comment from the floor? So any other question, chat box or the YouTube, if you have some moderators, please. So one question from the YouTube, a question to Indonesia. You said civil society and the government created the task force team, the POCCHA, you said the POCCHA. So can I notice the composition and also the budget for this, the POCCHA organization? And how many disability peoples are working in this POCCHA composition? So this is question to Indonesia.
So thank you. This what we call the task force or tax. Sorry, yeah. I'll try to find the long terminology of what we call task force. Sorry, yeah. Wait for a while. Okay.
Close microphone, please. Microphone, please.
So I'm finding the. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 19. What this? Just a second. Okay. So what we call by Project 5 this is like a task force of the that created by the OPDs and others and OPDs and law agencies or law agencies with the Ministry of Law and Human Rights, and then it was led by the OPDs, the Organization of Persons with Disabilities, led by the Indonesian Mental Health Associations. So the question is cannot heard. So how can people?
So the question is, how many persons with disabilities are working inside this POCHA? And so how much the budget can use this POCHA system? And also what's this relationship between the civil society and the government when they create this POCHA?
Actually, we've within the report, the alternative report of the Indonesia Mental Health Association, they also address the minimum of budgets that used by Ministry of Law and Human Rights. This is also one of the issue that the Indonesian Mental Health Association progressively advocates relating to the budgeting of the works. But as I know, because this EMHA is part of the coalition of OPDs, they are still actively, very active in doing monitoring together. Yeah, especially the Ministry of Human Rights and the Ministry Law and Human Rights and also the OPDs. Actually, the OPDs who are involved in this task force is only one, the IMHA. It is officially, yeah, but it doesn't mean that we others OPDs do not support these actions. We fully support by giving togetherness in making recommendations. We others organization of persons with disabilities or different type of disabilities are also involved in every recommendation that Indonesian Mental Health Association would like to deliver relating to their works. And in the recent action or in the recent program, this task force found one of the person with psychosocial disabilities that institutionalized, and he's also blind with disabilities. He is also a person with visually impaired, and he is very well educated. And after that, the follow-up of the OPDs or the Indonesian Mental Health Association is bring out him and connect him to the foundation that manage relating to the educations of the visually impaired person with disability. We call Mitra Netra. So these foundations support the person, the man with disabilities, with visual impaired with disabilities, giving them, finding them several accommodation, reasonable accommodation, and trying to giving educations related to the others' accessibility and reasonable accommodations related to the visually impaired. So a lot of achievement from this task force relating to, in particular, in a progressive of giving what we call testimonial actions, in front of the governments. So, but I think they are also still struggling to enlarge their work to the national levels, means that coverage all provincial level. Yeah, that's my understanding relating to the task force. Thank you.
시간 관계상 아쉽게도 여기에서
Okay, due to time limit, we have to conclude this session. So this will conclude the first session of the day 1. We talked about the importance of independent living of the disabled people here in this occasion. I hope that this conference will lay a foundation for strengthening our solidarity so that we can guarantee the full participation of the disabled people in the community and independent living in the community. The 3 presenters and all the participants in the floor and those of you who are joining online, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It was a brief session in terms of the independent living of the disabled people in the community, and we were able to see some differences in each nation. But in order to deal with this issue, this is our common issue, and we have to go a long way to deal with this issue, and we have to make efforts together. And the second session, in terms of the women, disabled women, this session will start at 1:10 after lunch. And please put your receiver in front of your desk, or please return the receiver to our staff. In the afternoon session, we will have very meaningful session dealing with women with disability issues and education issues. And also you are watching this session online. Okay, I will see you at 1:10. Thank you. Disabilities in Thailand.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderators. The title of my presentation is about disability is not a barrier, but discrimination is. Why? You know why? Can someone generate information and go around this topic? Why? Second slide, please. We have to decode the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability because CRPD is like our Bible, the Bible to human rights on disability. Whenever we advocate to the government, or when as a rights holders, or whenever the government as a duty bearer decide to implement the convention, they have to, concentrate and recognize the recommendation from the convention of each article. Look at it, Article 1. It is very important. We have to understand the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. By understanding it, we have to go to its detail, particular Article 1. The purpose of the convention is, is follow the principle of the convention Article 3. You can see the purpose of the convention is promote, protect, and ensure full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disability, and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. What is keyword? What are keywords? Promote, protect, and ensure. It is human rights perspective. Who are the target? All persons with disability. The convention target everyone who have long-term impairments. Following by the second paragraph, persons with disability include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. I have found many human rights experts saying that it is very easy, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, easier than other convention. It is easier to understand the scope of the CRPD. But the complexity of the CRPD is about the intersectional issue of person. So that's why the CRPD targeted at all persons with disability to break down stigma. And then persons with disability include, it's stipulated that those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments. We come to now to this sentence, you may have found that under your national law, they always have disability needs assessment, which is not be able to cover all, physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments. But needs assessment, national needs assessment, always you have a fixed idea regarding to medical models on disability. So therefore, some persons with disability always left behind, and they could not access to the government service because they don't pass the qualifications according to the needs assessment requirements. So we have to decode this Article 1 talking about human rights perspective. So therefore, it is talking about society or social structures. The social structure has been born by the state party or duty bearer to create some mechanism to promote, protect, and fulfill human rights of all persons with disability, regardless their impairments, gender, age, status, identities, or other social status. It is rights holder perspective. And then what is impairment? It is stipulated clearly. It is long-term, physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory. With it, we cannot define, we cannot define who will have an exactly long-term sensory, intellectual, or an intellectual impairment. But of course, we may have, feel very easy or easier to define a person who have long-term physically impairment, because physical impairment is something, physical that you can see, but intellectual and mental and sensory impairment, sometimes you could not see it. It is implicated, imply to visible and invisible impairment. But disability assessment always, left behind in the invisible impairments. For instance, psychosocial disability. How do you level and assess person who have psychosocial disability? If sometimes I have the, I myself has a very blue feelings, might be a week. I live under the serious depressions. And persons with disabilities mean a person who have some type of impairment. But when they have interaction with various barriers, mostly disenabling barriers or man-made barriers. So it is defect to their ability, to defect to their access to full participation in society as equal basis with others. You can see from this one article, you can have a lot of explanations. For instance, if this, I cannot go, if there is no lamp, I could not come by myself to sit on the panels as equal basis with other two speakers. This is my fault. It is not fault. It is about social structure, or it is about barrier. We have to decode. It is very important. Article number 1. Okay. Second slide, please. Okay. Second slide. I try to make the diagram because disability and disability in human life sometimes are really abstract. We cannot touch it. It is not physically, subject or even objective sometimes. So you can see the long-term impairment, beyond long-term impairment of individual. They might have the other human perspective like gender, age, like children might be older persons, or other social status, migrants, they may be homeless, refugee, or they may live in a very poor family, or maybe they may live in very far away from the cities, we mean area and social status. And then they face a lot of barriers, including attitudinal barriers, physical barriers, systematic barriers, and barrier in access to ICT, assistive devices and assistive technologies. And when they face these kind of full athlete type of barriers, it prevents them, to participate in mainstream society. And you can, compare with the convention. What are the mainstream society? The first, the convention is human rights-based approach, and persons with disability is a part of human being. So therefore, the convention is talking about life circle of human being who have a long-term impairment. First, civil rights, the first, social structure in mainstream society is civil rights. The second is economical rights, and the last one is social and cultural rights. Without accessibility, without accessible transportations, how children with disability, persons with disability are going to school as equal basis with others, and how women with disability are going to the hospital when they want to consult with the doctor for their family planning. They're beyond family planning and reproductive health. Accessibility is a precondition for them, to live independently. Please finish it in 5 minutes. But in reality, in 5 minutes. So in a reality, in 5 minutes, how can I manage in 5 minutes? Okay, I try in 5 minutes. Okay. But in reality, you can see that in reality, according to the law, social structure, the national law, they don't consider women, the gender, human being, other human being perspective like gender, age, social status, etc. So national law always pay attention to impairment, to fix the impairment. So that's why we can see a lot of law talking about accessibility with no mention about gender and age. There are many law talking about, education, employment, but they don't care about what? Gender pay gap, equal pay for equal work, or access to kindergarten for kids with disabilities, or access to playground, regular playground or park by children with disabilities. I see that next to this building, there is kindergarten. Every morning and afternoon, teachers took them out to take a walk, to the park. But how do how children with disability access to the park? I have been here several times, but I never see children with disability, a group of children with disability walking to the park from here, E-Room Center to Yoido Park. You can see. This is the lack of your human being perspective. So come back to the issue. 90% of women with disability, include children with disability or girls with disability, have not yet been aware of their rights regarding to disability legislation and mechanism for elimination of discrimination against persons with disability, and allow 38% of women and with disability believe that government mechanism is unreliable and untrustworthy. This is from the research. I conducted the research on access to justice by women and girls with disability who face sexual violence and abuses in Bangkok, in Thailand. They said that even I have been discriminated, I won't report or file the claim to the responsible government agency, that because I would be asked for compromise. On the other hand, I might be hate marked as a problematic person. And as a result, my access to rights-based services would be more difficult or even denied. Next slide, please. And next. Yeah, I already finished this one. And other crisis issues. The denial of legal capacity of women with disability or persons with disability under the law, or even Thai law and your law, such as some type of just juristic act or public health act or financial transactions, or the incorrect understanding of the role of guardian, caregivers, and personal assistant, causing the substitute decision-making and informed consent. And also women with disability who have not registered in the civil registration in Thailand as a Thai citizen, if they don't have ID card, they disqualify to apply for, disability ID cards as well. And this result that, what is the result? It is really make a, complicated and huge impact to persons with disability who don't have a high ID card, who don't hold a ID card and disability card. As a result, they could not access to all public services. This is mechanism. Next slide, please. I don't familiar with two tasks. Next slide, please. Okay. Twin tag approach. This is solution. You may heard about twin tag approach many times. We have to have a clear concept, you know. Twin tag approach had to be implemented between duty bearers and rights holder. So duty bearers had obligation to do something to create a mechanism to eliminate barriers and prohibit all form of discrimination, even though that those mechanisms would be promote, protect, or fulfill, but these three types of mechanism should eliminate barrier and prohibit all form of discrimination. Yeah, we have to ask ourselves if in our country there is any kind of anti-discrimination act mentioning to disability or denial to provide reasonable accommodation is a form of discrimination. Do we have? That's our law mentioned about accessibility. If state party or some party deny to provide accessibility, this is the form of discrimination, and there is a reinforcement. The other track is to empower rights holder, women with disability or other person with disability by the empowerment, leadership, capacity building, but importantly, close consultation and active involvement of women and girls with disability and their representative organization are crucial. And last one is awareness campaign. That's the government, the state party has continued awareness raising as a national agenda, or they do stand alone awareness raising campaign. For instance, to stop bullying toward women and girl person and LGBT with disabilities, or to promote sign language interpreter as a human language. And also international cooperation from regional to from sub-regional to regional. For instance, the government has the international cooperations with sub-regional, maybe ASEAN Disability Forum, Asia Pacific Development Center on Disability, Disabled People International, Asia Pacific, etc., or UN CRPD and other regional identity. Yeah, and I would like, you know, to reiterate that the women's rights is a human right. The first women movement, you know, advocate for right to vote. The second women movement advocate for equality that we have CEDAW. And then now the third wave is talking about intersectionality, and we have CRPD is as guidance. And from my personal study, can you just, I take 2 minutes, can you open the document to compare the recommendation from the committees on women with disability? You would see in our regions, China, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Mongolia, Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Thailand, already receives the concluding of the observation. But you will see the most, you know, of the all the concluding of the observation of this country concern about decision-making processes, disability specific consultative body and mechanisms, disaggregated data, legislation on discrimination against women with disability, the inclusion of gender and disability related legislations, specific measure or analysis on intersectionalities, and also, address to women with disability who are underrepresented groups, and also living in remote and island areas. And also empowerment and involvement of women and girls with disability. And this kind of, concern of the committee, which is, all of these countries doesn't have specific mechanism to guarantee gender discrimination towards women with and girls with disability. They don't have a measures to guarantee cross consultation and involvement of women and girls with disability in decision-making processes. And also there is no mechanism to guarantee that all forms of discrimination would be protected and reinforced. Thank you very much.
Sorry, it's our luck. I'd like to give some more time than later to you. You explained very well about the Article 6, women with disabilities. And also you showed some of the case in other the Asia Pacific countries. What is the common the concerns from the committee to those countries? So thank you for your good insight regarding for the Article 6, the women with the disabilities. And also you mentioned about something that twin track approach or the other some issues or matters regarding for women with disabilities. Thank you. And lastly, I would like to invite Levita Ardi from Indonesia. So she is in the online systems. So now is 2:02 in Korean time. I will give around for 20 minutes. Please keep your time. So I would like to give the 20 minutes, so please keep on time. So you can use your times up to the by to 20. Levita Ardi, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice for me to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Revita Alfi, chairperson of the Indonesian Association of Women with Disability. I am a deaf, hard of hearing woman, but I hope my voice can be heard clearly. Could you help me to show my presentation? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Indonesian Association of Women with Disability has a strong commitment to the issue of women with disability and gender equality. It manifests in the participation of women with disability in various international instrument forum. So herewith is the review of Provision Article 6, Women with Disability in Indonesia. Involving meaningful participation of women with disability is a good practice in preparing CRPD alternative report, such as send a shadow report on the implementation of the CRPD in the Republic of Indonesia regarding the global framework that promote the right of all women and girls with disability. It also highlights the step and progress the government of Indonesia has taken regarding fulfilling the right of women with disability. The meaningful participation carried out by women with disability is mapping selected priority areas or priority CRPD article with a focus on the right of women with disability. Conduct nationwide consultation involving 28 provinces. Form a team of 30 data collectors, including women with disability. Organize a proficiency test for them. And build capacity of women with disability on both disability data collection and advocacy. Also build capacity of local authorities when collecting data. Next. Constructive dialogue stage on the 27th CRPD committee session on 18 until 12 August in 2022 in Geneva to Indonesian government. The involvement of HWDI and women leadership organization with disability is carrying out activities like during the CRPD review, travel to Geneva for a private briefing with the CRPD committee, organize an advocacy campaign on the CRPD convention review, and organisasi disability report in local newspaper and social media. Broadcast the constructive dialogue with the CRPD forum from the UN web TV on local social media. Exchange with the organization disability again to learn from the private briefing with the CRPD committee. Then after the CRPD review to follow up, there is organize the briefing session for local organization and other civil society representative, including from the subnational level after receiving the CRPD concluding observation and recommendation. Advocate to participate in the development of the National Action Plan on the implementation of the CRPD, concluding observation and recommendation. Develop tailor-made CRPD indicator to monitor the progress on the country-level CRPD implementation. And also build the following parallel report around the National Action Plan and localized CRPD indicator. Next. Based on this result, dialogue constructive in Geneva, Indonesia Disability Organization respond to the Indonesian government respond to Article 6 of the CRPD concerning women with disability. There is women with disability in Indonesia continue to face violence and discrimination, which is they often compound by multiple or intersectionality discrimination based on gender and disability, as well as insecurity in the social environment. According to Human Rights Watch, the Indonesian government has not taken an inventory or respond to regulation that discriminate against women with disability, nor has the development a clear and measurable plan regarding the revision and harmonization process to comply with the CRPD. The lack of action is concerning and need to be addressed to ensure the fulfillment of the right of women with disability. At the local level, subnational and city level, many regional regulations adopt to not explicitly recognize the right of women with disability. Based on data from Indonesian Association of Women with Disability, only 7 out for 48 regional regulations on disability contain the perspective of women with disability. As the result, women with disabilities in Indonesia, especially at the regional level, are often persecuted, considered to have abnormal abilities, ignored, or their opinions are not respected. Most regulation and policy have been approved before the CRPD ratification or the introduction of law number 8, 2016 years. Now, when this policy is not bias against disability, but also contains gender bias, so that women with disability are vulnerable to various discrimination. And in Indonesia, we acknowledge the passing of the law number 12 of 2022 concerning criminal acts of sexual violence. The process involved by HWDI, Indonesian Association of Women with Disability, and the organization Women Disability Leadership. However, we are still concerned about the violence that continue to occur in the face of women with disability in practice. Next. Also, in the CRPD hearing on Article 6 for women with disability in Indonesia, certain things required to follow up and evaluation, like including steps to promote organization for women with disability and public rights in general, consult and involve women with disability in matter relating to women with disability, created program to empower women with disability where there is, ensure the participation of women with disability in safe and violence-free environment. And then law number 1, 1974, concerning marriage in Indonesia has undergone many changes to place husband and wife in the same position. For example, the minimum age for marriage has been increased to 90 years old for women. So they are the same age as the men. However, full equality between men and women has not been achieved despite this effort. According to Indonesia law, a husband is allowed to practice polygamy. This is a practice of having more than one spouse at the same time. It can refer to men having multiple spouses. If his wife is a woman with disability, likewise, it appears that wife disability is considered a valid basis for divorce. Therefore, the Indonesian government needs to take steps to improve in law to ensure disability and gender equality in marriage and eliminated ground for divorce based on disability, especially in the event of wife disability. These steps are carried out through the implementation of CRPD observation conclusion, especially for the implementation of gender equality law, including for women disability. Next. Recalling it, general comment number 3, 2016 on women and girls with disability, goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals, Committee CRPD for Indonesia concerning concluding of observation Article 6, women with disability, recommend and advocated follow-up action that repeal or legislation that discrimination against women with disability, including law number 1, 1974, concerning marriage and Article 6, point 3 and 7 of Lampung Province Regulation number 17 of 2014 on inclusive breastfeeding. Then mainstreaming the right of women and girl disability in gender-related legislation and policy, and mainstreaming a gender perspective disability legislation and policy in close consultation with the active involvement of women and girls with disability, include an intersectional analysis for women and girls with disability, including those from indigenous group, ethnic and religious minorities and rural area and remote island across our policy area, including education, family, employment, justice, and health. Okay, thank you. This is my presentation. I hope this is sharing is useful, and I apologize if my English pronunciation is not very good. I will return to the Korean Disability Forum Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devita Albi. Thank you for your presentation. So discrimination against women with disabilities and your legislation and laws, you talked about these issues in Indonesia. And if the spouse has disability, the husband can have polygamy system, and due to disability, it can be a basis for divorce, and such discriminatory measures are included in your legislation. So you have to deal with such challenges in your nation. And so the DPOs in your countries are collaborating together to deal with such issue. So we've heard presentations from Korea, Thailand, Indonesia, these three countries issues in terms of women with disabilities, and also based on the concluding observations of CRPD and our future plans. We've talked about these issues. So did you understand well? Yes. So from now on, we would like to have Q&A session with 3 speakers. So we would like to open the floor to take question. If you have any question, please raise your hand. And please also tell the person who would like to deliver your question to. Any questions? Please deliver the microphone. Thank you very much, the presentations. So in 3 countries, we have some common issues: intersectionality discrimination, intersectionality in terms of discrimination. So we have heard presentations from Korea, Indonesia, and Thailand. And for example, minority groups, in terms of gender minority, we are collaborating together to have solidarity. So in Thailand and Indonesia, how do you collaborate together in order to have solidarity to deal with intersectionality issues? So Sawalak, please. So in Thailand, in dealing with intersectionalities, how do you collaborate with minority groups to deal with intersectional issues?
Do you know, we have a big questions. What is really mean to minorities? First, I like to start with questions. Actually, everyone are minorities. So therefore, persons with disability or women and girls with disability would become minority if they are facing this enabling environment. And they are excluded from mainstream society, either from the structural framework to practical framework. So therefore, we should I don't have no one fit all idea, but firstly we have to pay attention to women with disability. I mean the rights holder, right? We have to pay attention to rights holder firstly, and then we empower women and girls with disabilities, in particularly in terms of understanding themselves as a part of human being, and also strengthen rights holder organization or network to be the promoters of their issues. Once when we succeed to empower women with disabilities, I mean the rights holder, the other intersectionality would gradually become mainstream. Secondly, we need, in parallelly, we need we need the law, national law, the domestic law. Without anti-discrimination law, mainstreaming perspective of human being within disability would not be happened. Second, from the anti-discrimination law, we need awareness raising. Awareness raising measure should be in place. And how to do that? As long as you have a strong rights holder platform, the implementations of intersectionality would be the implementations would be possible, and the discrimination gap would be reduced. But however, in the realities, we don't have in each country, there is no mechanism to guarantee that right holders would be empowered and encourage them, to get together. So without rights holder, the state party would not understand intersectionality. Even within gender movements, gender movement also does not have a clear idea on intersectionality. Okay, they may have the theory, if you concern to feminist theory. Inside the feminist theory, there is an intersectionality concept. But the concept inside the feminist theory exclude disabilities perspective. So therefore, we need rights holder or women with disability coalition or platform of women with disability to educate, move gender movements, to mainstream disability and also other intersectionality, because CRPD, and the other challenge is, the CRPD introduced cross-cutting and intersectionality, but the formal term under CRPD is a cross-cutting, and person with disability is a part of human being, and disability is cut across other issues. But the challenge is still, in terms of understanding gap, that we need a rights holder, to advocate to the women and children and then other movement, because the CEDAW, the Convention on the to eliminate all form of discrimination, introduce equality. Each treaty has different theme and its perspective. CRPD talking about intersectionality and cross-cutting and non-discrimination is a hard, a core concept of CRPD. But the CEDAW is, promote and focus to equality, gender equality, with no any perspective. And children, child life is talking about protection, the protection perspective. You can see 3 conventions with the gap, but the CRPD is beyond those, perspective, include equality, non-discrimination. So my conclusion is, first, empower rights holders. Second, we need domestic law, particular anti-discriminations, and the campaign on awareness, raising, and empowerment. The measure to empower rights holder perspective with budget and target. Thank you very much.
네, 우리
So thank you. So Madam Sawalak highlight for the empowerment and education for women with disabilities. So Indonesia FTRB. So what is your connections with others minor groups? So can I know that there's the case that you work with others minorities? So could you give us the answer within 3 minutes, please? Okay, thank you. So you are working for this how to connect among all the CSOs when you do the work with the project. So Director Liu, you wanna say something? So Saulak, do you wanna say something more add? Within 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, you know, even you are working with Minority International. I want to mention that in Thailand we are working with Minority International. The organization name. Yeah, in the southern part of Thailand, in 3 conflicts area, right, Yala, Narathiwat, and Pattani, to empower women with disability. But come back to my my response. First response, we have to empower a group of women with disability in certain area. A women Muslim with disability who are living in fragile area, and encourage them, empower them, encourage them as a rights holder platform, and work side by side with the government. At the same time, we have to educate and advocate the government in the South, the local government in the South, to initiate or create mechanism and measure mechanism, affirmative action to allow them to be, to be their partner. When a rights holder, Muslim, Thai Muslim with disability in that area are empowered and educated, and they get to know they understand what is CRPD, what is human rights, and then they bring the issue, this knowledge and compliant with their experiences to the government. And then government has the policy. You can see that how do we mainstream. You have to pay attention to synergistic effect between right holder and duty bearers. Thank you.
So thank you, Saulak. So you mentioned that is the both side, how to work the twin track approach. So you mentioned that the employment, empowerment, and education, and also you're the approach for the minority groups in this complicated area. So thank you for the your good informations, Madam Saulak. Director Liu, wanna say something more regarding in Korea within 3 minutes? The case in the solidarity with the minor groups. So our the group empathy, how we are working with the minority group. Just explain in brief. So when I check for the situation in Korea, the women with disabilities, in particular, developmental women with disabilities, they experience a lot of these and the rights violations, and also migrant women's also exposed many some discriminations or the violations. And also we are working with some the migrant the groups to help this migrant women with disabilities and also poverty issues. And also we are working with the poverty groups to handle for this the poverty issues for the women with disabilities. And yes, the poverty is the social issues. Now this in the Korean society, poverty issue is the family issues. But women with disabilities who's not the power of the economically, they just totally depend on the family. So that's why we try to handle the minority issues, the poverty or the juvenile or the immigrations. So that's why now we are working together with those specific groups to handle these minority issues. Thank you, Director Liu. So any other question from the floor? Maybe no. So we don't have much time. Do you have the question from the floor? Yes, one question from the floor. This is the last question from the floor.
I'm Maulani from Indonesia. Just would like to add several things relating to how we engage. Women with disability in Indonesia engage. So we have like a standard of collaboration when we would like to working in collaboration or anything relating with the fundings and the governments. We always ask them to sit together to build the understanding each other. So one of the tools of building the understanding is we use the disability perspective and interaction training. So mostly in global, we know like Seoul is always doing that for a long time. Is DET, we call it DET, but for the disability perspective in interaction training, we introduce on how to engage, how to dealing with, and trying to find the intersectionality between our partners and us. This is and we found this is very what we call very foundations to build the knowledge, to build the capacity each other. Because sometimes funding, sometimes government, sometimes others, new partners think that okay, let's jump in and then we can collaborate. And it is always happen. And then we found a failure in the middle of our works. So it is very important to build understanding, to build the knowledge each other relating to what we would like to do. And the basis is about how do you know the perspective of disability itself on the basis of CRPD, and then how to interact with all person with disability. So this is one of the strategy of the Indonesian Association of Women Disability, and until now we can maintain the sustainability of works with the partners on the basis of that previous activities. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the comment. Is the Levita RB, right? It's not the Levita.
다른 분이에요?
This is the other Indonesian delegations she mentioned. I'm the blind person, so please understand the conditions. I can't see. So to implement the UN CRPD for many disabilities, so we need to work together in the sustainable basis. So we are living in different countries, and also the way of the working would be some different. The coverage or the types would be different, but the direction is the same. Now we are making the one voice to implement UN CRPD. In that process, there is a practical discrimination against women with disabilities, like intersexual or the multiple discrimination. So we are facing some different types of the discrimination in each country. It's the same situation. So to handle these issues, so we need to some like the comprehensive anti-discrimination act, and also we need something the solidarity with the minority groups to implement the core of the UN CRPD. Do you agree my point? So we are a little bit behind our schedule. So thank you for your good speech for the speakers, and also thank you for the participants for your questions clarification. So now I'd like to wrap up the second session 2. Okay. So we thank you for your participation work. I'd like to close for the session 2. Okay, thank you for joining for the second session of Women with Disabilities. And then we have the one more session today. It's very important session recently in Korea as well as in Asia Pacific countries. That is education issue. So the education is very important topic for us. So last sessions will handle that education's rights for persons with disabilities. So please keep on your seat. So we're gonna begin our session from 3 p.m. Thank you. Okay, so hello again, guys. So gonna start again for the session 3 of the 2023 Global Disability Conference. So this is the last official session for today. This session is about education. As you well know, in Asia Pacific area, also in the world, education rights is very important issues. In particular, recently, so children with disabilities would be excluded from the education, which lead to the institution life. So education is not only for the getting something from the teachers. Education means another way of participation in the society. So which means education is the basis to make inclusive society. So today, so we invited 3 speakers for this session. The first speaker is the Director Cho Kyung-mi of Korean Disability Children Parents Association, and then Meta Bombing from the Laos, and also we have one more of the speakers, okay, from Mongolia, working at the Equal Society, and also Mongolia. Several months ago, they joined the last session of the UN CRPD committee, and then they received concluding observation in last September. So we are more have interest in their conditions and also what is content of the concluding observation. So anyhow, we're gonna start begin now. So first I'd like to invite Director Jo Kyung-mi of Korea Disability Children Parents Association, please.
Good afternoon. I am Cho Kyung-mi, working in Parents Network for People with Disabilities. Today we have speakers from Laos and Mongolia, and I'm honored to be here as one of the speakers. The Korea's Parents Network for PWD, they are working for the human rights of the disabled people, and also they are fighting in order to implement inclusive education in the community. And inclusive education is our priority. Actually, in Korea, we have some laws and institutions to guarantee the equal rights of education, special laws, and also act on the elimination of discrimination against disabled people. Based on these laws and regulations, discrimination against children with disabilities are actually prohibited, and we are given all equal rights in terms of the education. But still, in reality, we have faced with a lot of barriers. So many people are actually experiencing discrimination in terms of equal opportunity for education. And according to our constitution, actually, we are also having some education sessions in order to raise awareness. The Constitution states that international treaty has the same effect as the domestic law. The international treaty has the same effect as domestic laws. So UN CRPD is an international commitment, and it is an obligation by the government, Korean government, so that it can be implemented domestically. In 2022, last year, we experienced constructive dialogue with committee members. And there were some concerns from the committee members. So committee actually based on the general comment number 4 and sustainable development goal 4.5, the committee reiterates its previous recommendation, urged the state party to provide equal opportunity for education to the persons with disabilities. But still, we have faced challenges in Korea. We have some concerns by the committee, and state party maintains special education on the basis of medical impairment-based approach. This is the concern from the committee. And also, we have insufficient number of teaching and support staff trained in skills and competencies required to protect inclusive education. And the recommendation was given by the committee members. From 2016 to up until now, we've tried to implement the CRPD and also concluding observations in Korea. But still, we have a long way to go to achieve changes in Korea. In Korea, the number of students is decreasing, but those who are requiring special education is increasing every year. So as of 2022, around 103,000 people are requiring special education. And out of them, 8.7 classes are overcrowded, and 6% students are spending more than 1 hour commuting to special schools. And also 83% of classes are lacking special education teachers. And as of 2023, compared to last year, those who are requiring special education increased. So as of now, 109,000 students are requiring special education. And out of them, 26% are placed in special schools and 73% are going to general schools. So 73% are going to general schools, mainstream schools, and Korean government are boasting that we are actually implementing inclusive education because 73% are enrolled in general education setting. But although they are attending the general schools, they are educated in special classes inside the general school, which is kind of separate education. So 56% are primarily receiving separate education in special classes in general schools. So Korean government, although we had recommendation from UN CRPD, Korea relies on medical model approach to identify special school recipients and provide special education services. So in order to implement the Article 24 of CRPD, education rights must be guaranteed on the basis of equal opportunities. But however, there are legal, physical, and financial barriers that hinder equal access to inclusive learning environments. Parents of children with disabilities are experiencing exclusion and separation in educational settings, such as exclusion from field trips, school excursion, and many events in schools. And they are also requested to send support personnel or personal assistants because there is shortage of support staff in schools. Most importantly, due to emphasis on special class center separate education, there is lack of accessible learning environments and appropriate accommodations in regular classes. As a result, satisfaction with inclusive education is low, and the demand for the expansion of special schools continues, which is quite irony in reality. And Korean government announced the sixth five-year special education plan in 2023, and it will provide tailored education for schools and students who are requiring special needs. But still, we are providing separate education. They don't have any specific and detailed plan to provide inclusive education. This is the article from the newspapers. Some people are actually opposing the idea of increasing special schools. And the reason why we need special schools is that some students are spending more than 1 or 2 hours in commuting to schools. So in order to decrease the commuting time, we need to increase the number of special schools. That was comment from the educational authority. So by 2024, actually, the number of the special schools will be increased. And up until 2040, it will be increased and 5 more schools, special schools will be established. And also the housing prices are closely related to the establishment of the special schools in Korea. So actually, we have to provide inclusive education in Korean society, and we need a strategy. The strategies of the government actually include Cheongdaeun schools. It's a collaborative model of inclusive education between special education teachers and general education teachers. And according to teachers who are attending or are teaching at these schools, they are providing support for students who are requiring special needs, and is a very good model of collaborative model of inclusive education. But still, there is a lack of understanding among parents because the number of schools who are participating in this project is very small. Although the government is boosting this concept, Jongdaun School in UN committees, CRPD committee, but only 100. Actually, we have 9,288 schools nationwide, but only 158 schools are operating as Jongdaun schools, which is very small number. So you can refer to this table. In Seoul metropolitan area, out of 936, only 16 schools, 1.7 schools are operating Jongdaun School, this pilot project of collaborative model. So we cannot really say that we are effectively operating this project, and the government doesn't have any specific plans to increase the number of these schools. And according to the government plan, and Jongdaun School, the number will be increased up to 200 by 2027, but still the number is very small. So we cannot guarantee the disabled students the opportunity of inclusive education in Korea. So I hope that I don't think that this Jongdaun School model is good, because the number of schools who are participating in this project is very small, and still many people are neglected in terms of opportunities of inclusive education. So we need more practical strategies to promote a culture of inclusive education at all levels. We need more specific strategies and effective strategies, and still Korean government plans to build more special schools. One of the reasons, because many people still spend 1 or 2 hours in commuting to special schools. That's why the Korean government wants to build more special schools. But why don't we just change our focus toward allowing students to attend schools in their local communities, providing suitable accommodations in mainstream schools? So our parents association and other organizations are struggling toward inclusive education in Korea. Also, we need more support personnel, not only in pilot project, but also in general classes. We need to provide more special education teachers and more special education personnel, support personnel, so that we can have collaborative model of inclusive education in general schools. And additionally, in school activities, the disabled students should not be excluded. You can see those pickets and slogans made by the parents of the disabled children. They were doing rallies in front of National Assembly buildings. The government should provide more support for children with disabilities in general schools and inclusive educational settings. So we have to provide more support for disabled students in general schools and inclusive settings. So I would like to briefly talk about some press conference in Korea. In every start of the semester, special classes sometimes doesn't exist, and some school authorities they denied the establishment of special classes in their schools. So we had press conference in order to actually make civic organization or actually educational authority take responsibility for this. And this was a press conference to announce the verdict in a lawsuit claiming compensation for discrimination due to lack of support personnel. We will continue such campaign in the future. And in August last year, those who need medical support, these children were denied enrollment in schools. So we filed a lawsuit to the filed a complaint National Human Rights Association Commission. Still, we have some discriminatory actions by the education authorities, and some parents, they file complaints in collaboration with the organizations. Recently, September 1st, the education authority announced that, which is quite big issue in Korea, the rights of the teachers should be guaranteed actually in Korea. Korean government amended the law act. The teachers, they have authority or kind of right to provide some directives or provide some instructions to those who are interfering the classes. And sometimes students can be excluded from the classes when they are interfering the class activities. But detailed guidance is lacking in terms of treatment of those who are actually attending in special classes. So right to inclusive education is very important. I hope that every children with disabilities, they have to be guaranteed the equal right of the education. And I hope that the indicators that we collectively developed, utilizing these indicators, we can actively implement the CRPD in Korea and also in Asian countries, other Asian countries. Thank you.
So thank you, Director Zhou, for your presentation. As you mentioned in your presentations, Korea already got the 2 times of the conflict observations from the UN CRPD committee for the content is very shame. For the last 10 years, nothing to be changed. So why nothing to be changed? Because the government doesn't know about what is inclusive education. What is inclusive education? Just study together in one class, students with and without disabilities, that is inclusive education? Maybe we know that. that's not the true inclusive education. So UN CRPD committee and already clearly mentioned about the meaning of the inclusive education through the general comment number 5. So we have the specific guideline about the inclusive education. The government do not fully take responsibility to take this guideline in Korean context. So we know we critically the pressure to the government to take the changes, to take more the aggressive the measures to take inclusive education in our Korean education setting. So next, I'd like to invite the Meta Tapawing from the Laos. So we want to know that what is the education situation in Laos. So this is a very meaningful opportunity to listen the voice of our friends from the Laos regarding for the educations. Please, Meta Tapawing.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Madam Moderator, to give me a floor to share about the situations of education in Laos. Again, my name is Meta Tipawong. I'm from Laos and I'm a wheelchair user, which Laos is very small countries that really also would like to learn more on the region in terms of the best practice. Laos is officially called Lao People Democratic Republic, Lao PDS, and we call ourselves is a landlocked countries which in South okay, yes, this in Southeast Asia and is bordered by Myanmar and China to the northwest and Vietnam to the east, Cambodia to the southwest, and Thailand to the southwest. And the capital city is called Vientiane. We quite small, and then the geography is mountainous areas. And with the disability populations, like total is about 160 plus thousand people. Among that is the 5 years old people with disabilities that found in the period to the disability equivalent to 2.8% of the total populations that the census in 2015. The high prevalence was found in difficult related to seeing and followed by walking as well, like, and also hearing, remember, because at that time when the national census was conducted in 2015, the type of disability is not really defined yet. So we just call by appearance of the disabilities. And with this, the appearance was quite small, similar between number of male and female disabilities. With the sensor that we have, the indications is major channels through which a person become functional literate. As of 2015, literacy rate of populations aged 6 years old or above in Lao PDR was 85% with a large gender gap. The male population was found to be 90% literate, while only 80% of female were literate, and compared to the level record in 2005. The new figures suggest significant increase in literacy for male and females. The category, the 2015 census equivalent high level of discrimination based on gender and disability, regional literature, women and men. Because in general, in Laos believe that or the belief in local communities, the stigmas, they believe men can do more work than women. So this stigma is keep also cultural belief that's really still hidden in the community that preventing women to join the school. Okay. Yes, the first obstacle of learning to read and write is obviously access to school, because as mentioned earlier that the geography in Laos is mountainous area, so it's quite difficult for person with disability to access to the school. This means that children should attend school from the age of 6 years old until complete of 4 years of secondary school. But only with this survey, only 3.7% of persons with disability attend school at the times when we conduct this the census in 2015. Why we always refer back to the census? Because this is only the formal national information that we refer to. The other study is also conducted, but in government recognitions is still referred to national census. So that's why we take this as the informations, and the attending school and droppings. The high percentage of people not attend school is also high. If we categorize like communications problems, remembering, walkings, and hearing, etc. And why the difference between male and females find like at least primary school and secondary school level, female were always smaller amount compared to a man to access to educations, which it would be at the same as I mentioned about the cultural belief. This is the parent information that we take from UNICEF that also release us continuous support education for person with disability in Laos. That the limit number of statistic students with disability in Laos, lack of data collection systems that really shows in UNICEF report as well. These cycles belief barrier that we consider as major barrier for person with disability in Laos actually, but I think it would be the same as other countries as well, because the social barrier that the family isolate. I'm not sure if this happened in the regions. In some family, they still not accept their children that have some problems, and then they doesn't want other also know about their children with disabilities. Some of the family, they believe that this is from their past life, is really the person with disability did something bad and then they born with it, or until some certain of age and then become person with disabilities. And the communication issues that they cannot communicate with other people. For example, the hearing impaired people in the community with the sign language quite limited as well, and then they use in the community they use their bodies signs language that to communicate with other peoples, and intellectuals person with disabilities, some of them they become like 4 children that born with cerebral palsy, and then they believe that it is their bad luck, and then they keep their children at home and they're not allowed to go out. So, and the physical barrier, it would be about the accessibility to the buildings, to school as well, and also to communities, mountainous area, very difficult to travel from place to the other places. And about in the same would be institutional barrier, the law and enforcements. So as you can see here, the photos of the school in the rural area is mostly would be mountainous area, the high, and also imagines if the people with on the wheelchairs or with the difficult on moving, is very difficult for them to access to school. But at the central level as well, some of, because the design style of Laos is like steps, the architectures buildings when they design, they believe that there's many steps is would be best. And so we also now working on the accessibilities kind of awareness in terms of universal design, access for all. This also implement and to locate more. And this really a school in Hua Pan province, this one, and it's really prevent people to access to the school. With this, I share Wanita's photo because she born in Vientiane. She got a problem with congenital problems in birth. But after the service, she got her artificial leg and then able to walk from place to place. And now she enjoys being included in the family and also being included in the society. She can run, she can walk, and play football with her friends that's the same age. And with Dalapon, because those is in the town, in the city, so they receive assistive device and then they can go to school, and then she can do like society, like social activity with friends with the same age and enter school. That's with this, if the person with disability and their family likely to prove, I think the same with other people in the region, that they really important to get access to rehabilitations and then equip them with necessary reasonable accommodations. For example, for the good assistants to equip to them, and then they can mobilize themselves, optimize their functionings, and then they can go to school after have high educations, and then they get trainings, and then they get employed. So in this cycle, it could be relief of the poverty that they can be independent. Yep. With this, the school, we want to have more accessible school in Laos, and inclusive education also introduced to Laos, and then just only few major provinces from in Vientiane, Luang Prabang, and Champas, Luang Prabang in the north, and then Champas, Savanakhet in the central provinces. But it's also not enough to support all the person with disability that really need access to the educations. This also something that is really a challenging for us as well to educate, as also with the resource from the teachers that equip with the professionals, like professionals. For example, if the people, the teacher that want to teach science language, they need to learn and be certified first before teach, before deliver the education. So it's quite limit in Laos at the moment. So it would be require some certain of time that really need to improve, and we really looking forward to have a good best practice in the regions that we can share and then bring back home, that we can do more for our people, and then we have the same societies, and make sure that we left no one behind. As the sentence, we always saying this, and then we hope this also happen. We also get the conservation reservations of UN CRPD, and then we are under reviewing and then draft the national plan. Hopefully that we can enroll by end of this year. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. You talked about very important issues. As you mentioned, collection of data is very important. In Korea, the same issue we have. Due to lack of segregated data, we are not aware of which types of difficulties the disabled people have faced. So we are lacking the data. And also, it's very difficult for us to request the implementation of measures. So gender gaps and stigmas and stereotype for disabled people and training issues. And you talked about very important issues for the education of children with disabilities. It's very difficult to solve with a one solution, but dealing with disabled people's issues, this will actually bring about many changes in other areas of the society. So the action taken by us will make contribution to improvements of all areas in the society. Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite the person from Mongolia. The status of education, we are not familiar with the issues in Mongolia, so I would like to invite the speaker from Mongolia. She will talk about education in Mongolia. Tuki from Mongolia. Tuki Damdinsren from Mongolia. Okay, I will pass the microphone to you. You are given 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Eco Society of NGO, I'm honored to be participating in the Global Disability Conference and sharing information related to persons with disabilities of Mongolia. So the NGO is established in 2006, exactly the same age of the text of the CRPD. And so it's the main purpose of the NGO is to contribute to the implementation of the CRPD. So the total population of Mongolia is very low in compared to the territory. So we have 3.4 million people, but territory is 1.7 million square kilometer. So the density of the population of Mongolia is only 2 persons per 1 square kilometer. So it is even in the website, if you search for the population of Mongolia, it was said that one of the world emptiest country. So, and the one of the country that very specific territory and area. So more than 60% of the population lives in the capital city. So it is very much density in the city, and in the out of the country, it's quite empty. But in terms of the population, so it's very young population country. So it is 40% of the total population are children, under 18-year-old people, children. So very young age, and 1.3 million people are children are studying in the schools. So where is for the persons with disabilities, so 3% of the total population is the persons with disabilities. So it's around 115,000 people in total, but it's very much in a medical model based. Since it was the concluding observation came out, it's still same. So around 11,000 children with disabilities are in the Mongolia. Here is the number of only the children who is studying in a regular schools, so in public schools. I did not count the preschool children because I did not find it. So it's only the children who are studying in a regular school is only 5,000. But if you see the numbers from the first grade, its numbers are okay. But when they are reaching to the 12th grade, so high class, the numbers are decreasing. So there are a lot of dropout when they are getting older. And also we have a special school because historically we are in a socialist country, and very much high focus on the special school, but special schools are only in capital city, only in capital city. There are 2 special kindergartens. Regular education is free for all children, but coverage of the children is quite problematic. And special schools, one is for the blind, one is for the deaf, and 4 for the intellectual disabilities. No special schools in the provinces, so provinces children can come to the Ulaanbaatar city, capital city, to stay in a dormitory. So there is a very high violation cases in these special schools. So there are some progresses, of course, as a country that's trying to implement inclusive education. Very recently, in July this year, the education law has been revised. So in all, it was a package law, and it's very recently it was revised, and now there one terminology was added is children with different needs. So they are not talking about the children with disabilities. They are talking about some special talent, language, gender. So they are trying to be more inclusive for all different kinds of children. And some inclusive education policy has been amended, and there is some supporting council for enrolling the child with disability in the provinces has been created. Some assistive products are given to the children who are studying in the schools. So I will not talk about some positive reforms. This is the country, so it's anyway we are trying to do something. But as an NGO side, we are seeing more challenges, what has to be improved. So just generally speaking, so we are very much focused on the special schools. So there is no proper trained teachers. So regular schools are lacking of the teachers. And the environmental issue that we have, the environments buildings are not accessible. So it's for the children can, because all the buildings are old Russian architecture, so it is there are a lot of stairs. Then also that we have a very specific climate issue. It's very cold the winter time, so for the children to come every day to the school is also a problem. And one of the biggest challenge, what we are also thinking is that we do not have the assessment system for the child who needs that individualized training curricula. For them, it is the very big issue in the country. And another issue is that terminology. Terminologies are not translated properly into the Mongolian language. So now there are a lot of mixed confusion between integrated education, inclusive education. When we talk about, we just talk always inclusive education, but when it reaches to the reality, we are just doing some integration, only integration. So we really did not reach to the inclusive education. And there is no budget, so it is very difficult for the teacher to work, because maybe one class has more than 40 children, especially in the city, that a lot of children study together, and one teacher cannot be enough for the child. So they don't know how to deal with those children. By law, it is said that it is possible they can study in inclusive education, but when we reach to a practice, the teachers don't know just what is autism, how to work with them, intellectual. Somebody was shouting and running, what to do. So they have no idea. There is no assistant teacher. So that's why maybe some incentive is given to the teacher who has a disabled child, maybe 10% of their salary, etc. But just not thinking about the money, it's very difficult how to teach them. So there is no any understanding. And another also difficulty is that nowadays, I think my Korean friend was just also mentioned about a special class, yeah? So a special class in the regular school. Just some of the children stays together in a room, but in a regular school. So it is not the way of inclusive education. But there are a lot of cases that it is happening in Mongolia, even though they are not special school. And also another very similar thing is that one of the very high rank decision maker was saying that about special school. But they say what their comment was that we are caring more. We want to less overburden to the shoulder of the parents. Then they wanted nice building, yeah. So it's exactly they want to have another special school or another something sheltered place. So for us it is just a concluding observation. Second and third report is just have released. So it is beginning of September. It is released, and only they exactly talked about what we also mentioned. What we also mentioned that there is no human resource, so the inclusive. They do not know how to teach those children who when they come to the regular school. And so it is not yet, our concluding observation is not yet translated yet. It will be translated very soon. So by this end of the year, Equal Society and other NGOs are going to have a press conference, and we will disseminate the knowledge about the concluding observation. Just as a free additional sentence was that Mongolia must formulate a comprehensive inclusive education policy. So we do not have such kind of policy yet. So it is obvious that our children with disabilities are suffering a lot. And secondly, provide assistive devices, assistive compensatory aids. So we do not have such kind of thing. Maybe some is coming, but it is not really well provided. And the third one is the human resource. So teachers has to be trained on it. Otherwise, children just coming to the room, but they are not really learning. So this will be the next challenge. So these three main points have been recommended by the CRPD committee on Article 24. So this is the main thing that we need to work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Your presentation. Yes, very similar situation in Korea. Yeah, your case. And also in Korea. So inclusive education and the concept has not been much understood to the government. So we have the many problems regarding inclusive education. And also your situation is very same with us. And maybe we just apply for your concrete observation to Korea, almost the same, not much big difference. So in Korea, when you get in our concrete observation, the 3 points that you mentioned are very big problems. We need to set up clear the inclusive education as to provide a good accessible device, submitting for the needs of the students with disabilities, and also human resources issues are very important issues in the concluding observation. So that's why we need some solidarity between these countries to implement concluding observation in our the country. We need to work together. We need to go to long way to go. So thank you for the presentation from the three speakers. So we have some the similar situations, and also in particular the educations. So there are many things to work together between among us. And also inclusive educations still is not fully understood in this country. That is the same situation in all country in Asia Pacific region. So in one way, it's very happy to work together more, but in other way, maybe it's some the burden. How to handle that is the big issues. So now it's open the floor. So any questions or the clarifications? And also among our speakers, you can ask a question each other. I just would like to open the floor for the clarification and your questions. Please give the microphone to the floor for the question.
So thank you. This is very crucial and important issues that we have to talk in deeply, I think. So I think we have similar situations, and some of the challenges that in Indonesia we cannot find. I mean, how we would like to strengthen, how like to fasten anything relating to the making the mechanisms. So maybe from all of you, because all of you are having direct direct experience. So I would like you to share as well what is your thought related to all these kind of challenges, such as we are talking about the limitation of teachers. I mean, there are a lot of regular teachers, but they do not know on how to treat student with disabilities. So what is your expectation, the mechanism to provide the teachers, at least the teachers who knows on how to interact with the student with disability? That's the first. Second is how, because when we would like to have inclusive schools or inclusive education, we expect more than, I mean, all schools should be inclusive because our children with disability, it is not only, I mean, we don't want to localize them as well. We would like them to stay with the family, and the family means its populations and others. So second is I would like to know about how is your forecast relating to the reasonable providing reasonable accommodations. So how how government should do to make sure that all schools are accommodated all the needs of children with disabilities. Of course, it will be a long way to go, but let's start to think about this strategy. So, and then the third is what other elements should be adjustable, should be adjusted in a regular school to make it completely inclusive. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 이 세 개의
So you mentioned the 3 points. So maybe the 3 speakers, if you have the comment, please share. The first one is the limit of knowledge of teachers. They don't know how to handle. So what is the training program for them? That is first one. Second is, so what is government the measures to make all schools in accessible way? And third one is in the general school, so-called the mainstream school, how mainstream school must be changed to be inclusive for our students. So these 3 kinds of the topics I shared from our Indonesian friends. So now I would like to listen to you the point. You can ask a specific point, or you can just say in general point about the 3 the topics. So first, I would like to invite Director Jo for this comment.
In terms of Korea, 20 years ago, parents who want their children to be enrolled in schools, there were some parents who are asking for enrollment. They struggled for their children to be enrolled in school. So it was not an obligation by the government to enroll disabled students in schools at that time. So we had some laws establishing special classes in general schools. So certain proportion of the special classes should be established in ratio of the total number of students who are requesting special education. So we have some kind of settlement of this system in Korea. When disabled students are spending time in general ordinary schools, there are lack of assistance and support from the schools and teachers. And teachers, they don't have proper education in order to understand disabled children, and they don't know how to teach, how to interact with the students with disabilities. Still, we are lacking proper training for teachers in terms of special education. So we need to provide support for general teachers. We are starting dialogue in terms of how to educate them. Currently, the general education teachers, they have to collaborate with the special teachers, but in the long-term process, we have to educate teachers so that they can understand the different needs of the students, so that they know how to interact with students with different needs. We need such strategies in educational settings So to implement inclusive education, proper training must be implemented in Korean society, but still we are lacking such strategies in Korean society. So currently, Ministry of Education is not emphasizing the importance of the special needs of disabled students in teaching, in training the teachers. So in order to prevent the isolation of disabled students, we have to think about the training method for the teachers in general schools. Did I answer your question? So we need to think about the fundamentals of the teaching method. So we have to think about what is inclusive education, and based on the definition, we have to provide proper training for teachers and how to organize inclusive classes in schools. So by doing so, we can provide accessibility to students with disabilities. The government and society, they don't have proper understanding of the human rights of the disabled students and the right to inclusive education. That's why we have conflicts in the society. So we need to deal with fundamental issues in inclusive education. Thank you.
메타님.
Samara, please.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. I think, yes, we have the same challenges and issues. And it's for myself as the sample of accessing to the school. I born in the northern part of Laos and is very limited to access to rehabilitations and school. And compare back to people who got polio and become person with disability at the same time as me, 8 people. When we compare, because of my parent moved my family just for me to Vientiane to access to the rehabilitations in order for me to get a better mobilities, optimize my functionals, and then able to access to the school. So I think maybe I answer from my point of view and not the country-wise from the breakout that I have. I believe that the motivations to the teachers that teach for the kid who has some different difficulties is very important, and some of motivation also not really not enough, but the enforcements from the law as well, that we have a good enforcement, the policies that we include into the mainstreams, the inclusive educations to the law. And then now we have law person with disabilities law in 2000, we endorse in 2019, and with that we have COVID and then all those things. About the awareness raising in terms of the law is still we ongoing. And then the in many articles in related to education as well, then we need to work furthermore in terms of amended the law to have the inclusive school, because to have the special school, I myself also doesn't like, because the mindset and the socialize and the interact with the person outside or person with disability is different. So when we finish school And when we come out from the community, it seems like we are strangers. But because I been study with school, with special school, and then later on I found like the education there is not enough because we are not competent enough to get a job like other people. So I try my best to get higher education, but higher education is that we need to go to the school that the normal one that other access. I need to climb up to the 5th floor for my class because because only me, that's a person with disability, a small number, and then the class is the 5th. Why they consider me as the to move down? So a person with disabilities need to try their best to get equipped or well educated enough in order for them to get a better job. So I believe it is the same as others. To mainstreams the policies and also the anyhow a platform that really enforce the inclusive education is really strong. Suggest from my side as a person with disabilities and really into the study journals that how difficult it is to get the professionals reasonably and recognized by the societies, and social break barrier, because to study in special school we would have different mindset, and when we out of that the comfort zone, you need to learn how to adapt with other people. So this is really common. I think it's the same with other person with disabilities. So maybe I'm not answer all to the questions, but it's really from the experience that I have. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. Is that I know so many young guys who really who really had the regular school education and who really grown, developed. So definitely I'm on the side of the inclusive education, that all the schools must be inclusive for all types of the children with disabilities. Because I know that there are, it's really depend on the parents that also that they are really willing to send their children to the schools, regular schools nearby where they are living. So it's very important because of that child with disability have many friends. So this only not studying. So this is the community that really accepting the child. And in the future, even I know the one of the CP guy who also do not think that he is disabled. So now he is even he works in a company. So it's he also established his own NGO, and so it's really development we can see from his childhood. So it's very important. But for our work is a point of the NGO side. So first, all those new terminologies has to be translated into the local language as clear as possible, because now we are having very big difficulty. When the CRPD was translated into Mongolian language, there are some important terminologies were translated wrong. So like assistive technology, reasonable accommodation, inclusive education. So it is all did not take out the correct concept. That's why now we have a very big difficulty when we talk about reasonable accommodation, for example. We talk about some reasonable accommodation of the person who study, who work. So, but they now the government people, so public servants are just talking about some assistive devices, but they are just calling it some reasonable age, something. So it's new terminology. If you translate from Mongolian to English, there will be another new terminology will come out. So now this is the very big difficulty for us to again retranslate or give the knowledge into the local language, because it exactly happened in Geneva for CRPD review. Some of them are talking about assistive technology. Some of them were talking about reasonable accommodation. So it's now they're just mixing everything, and the resolution came out exactly mixture. We cannot just say it is reasonable accommodation, and some of the list of the devices are there, but it is not. It is written in the. If you see the resolution, it is written. We have to provide, but in reality, there is no budget. There is no understanding. So this is the very biggest problem came out. And in what I was also mentioning about the amendment to the education package law. So education package law, in relation to that, Ministry of Education has opened a class of inclusive, Department of Inclusive Education. Hope it will be, it becomes better, but inclusive education was translated into Mongolian with exactly equal education something. So it is not, again, inclusive education concept was not taken out. So now I don't know what will happen to that new department, who will really describe correctly or not, depend on that. Of course, in the future will be better. And also we also think about, we just translated CRPD into the language, into the local language, but we did not translate general comments. But CRPD is really did so many important documents, but we don't know it because of the language barrier. We don't know. So general comments are not translated into Mongolian. So that's why a lot of important documents are not in Mongolian language. That's why now people do not know about those new general comments released from CRPD. I don't know how many years ago, but still we do not know it. So that is the most important thing that we have to do is terminology and general comments, then also retranslate the CRPD. Otherwise, now this knowledge is year by year, it is changing and changing. So public servants are not really sustainable. So there's now new people come out, they don't know the concept, nowhere written, they do not understand English, then it becomes again different and different. So it is, we have to start what Equal Society is going to do is that we are going to translate general comments, all the general comments, then the terminology, and in relation to the general comments, that our local domestic laws has to be amended, terminologies has to be changed. Then our next activity will be public awareness activities.
Yes.
I'm really interested of Madam Tuki. So how do you so did you, or how do you use the approaches of the CRPD offered to us? It is about the fully participations. I mean, the voice of person with disability itself. So something like Meta says that she knows her challenges, and then she can tell to all of us, and then we can use this as a theory of developing our methods to go to the inclusive education. How do you see that? Thank you.
It's definitely correct how Meta was telling us, because okay, I just came from Mongolia, only 2 hours arrived, but doesn't mean that we did not include our people with disabilities, because we have so many young guys who really practiced by themselves of studying inclusive education. Because in Mongolia, when the beginning of the 90s, there was a Italian organization came to Mongolia on introducing community-based rehabilitation for the persons with disabilities. This is one of the new concepts that came out from WHO, UNICEF, UNESCO, ILO. So these are three. The UNICEF, WHO, IDDC, and ILO. So these are four organizations' guidelines was introduced to Mongolia. That's why from the beginning, we started including persons with disabilities where they live. So this is not only the education, medical, but it is not yet validated in the public documents. So that's why now there is a big problem of the translation of the words. So just translating the words, it just goes to the other direction. Something, just a mixture is going.
Yeah. I would, for 3 countries, I think you have similar, similar problem on inclusive education. Firstly, when we are talking about inclusive, what does inclusive mean? Why do we need inclusive? Inclusions. Why? What is the root of the problems? What is the cause, the root cause of the problems? It means there are many barriers, obstacles for person with disability to enter to regular school. And then person with disability has some face many barriers and problems. So they stay separately, right? Study in separate school, like special school. So that's why we urge to have inclusive school. Like Meta said, if we don't remove barriers, all barriers faced by persons with disability, how does inclusions will be happen? First, we have to understand inclusive does not mean only the word, but it is the combinations of removing barriers, break down barriers, and fill in, right? Fill in with accessibilities. So come back to, I would like to example from Mongolia because it is really fetch, issue. Mongolia, I am a country rapporteur from Mongolia. So just like remember, when we had the dialogue with civil society organization, inclusive you have a problem in Mongolia in inclusive education because the government rely on too much on the international cooperation. They try to implement inclusive policy without any knowledge, understanding on human rights perspective, and also a lack of close consultation and involvement of organization of persons with disability in implementing this inclusive education through international cooperation. And then they believe and they follow, like you said, WHO, what else? ILO and recently JICA. JICA is working with the Ministry of Public Education with no close consultations of OPD at all. So therefore, you can use the concluding of the observations I recommend Korea and Laos as well. Is it really academic? It is academic review. The committee already clear, you can see from the international cooperation. The committee concerned that the lack of appropriate mechanism to ensure the international development projects are disability inclusive and based on human rights model of disability, because they don't include, they don't have a mechanism to ensure close consultations and active involvement of persons with disability at all stages of development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And the committee pointed out particularly to the international cooperation on inclusive education programs. So you have to go also, as a human rights based, a human being and human rights perspective cannot be stand alone. It is a link, right? Human rights have a link, interrelation with other specific rights. So if we are talking about inclusive education for children with disability, we have to go back to children with disability. Does person with disability has opportunity to talk about themselves? Are there any mechanism to ensure that children with disability will have a free, to express their will freely, and also with support decision making or peer support mechanism to enable children with disability to talk what they want. And this also linked to education, because if you see the education, the recommendation is concern individualized support. How do you understand how do the governments get to know the individualized support? If children or persons with disability does not empower or doesn't have the friendly platform to say what they want, and also linked to discrimination. And you see, do you have the comprehensive anti-discrimination? And that's the recognition of reasonable accommodations. How does the law recognize reasonable accommodation? Maulani asked about reasonable accommodation. If the law does not explicitly stipulated denial to provide reasonable accommodations is a kind of disability discrimination. How do we ensure the reasonable accommodation will be provided? You have, me as well, I try to use this. Then we have equipment, equipment. The CRPD is a Bible, and the concluding of the observation is the equipment, the method that we can work. And then lastly, the CRPD does not, recommend what CSO should do. It is mandate and authority of the state party. But what we should do is, the duty of, as a duty bearer, state party is duty bearer. And how about us, persons with disability? We are rights holder. The major duty of rights holder is to monitor the implementations. However, CSO lack of resources and sometimes maybe knowledge and capability. So that's why it is a link that the CRPD recommend the state party to empower rights holder in different way and different level. Thank you.
Thank you. 네, 네, 또 굉장히 세 가지 좋은 지점들을.
So you provided us very insightful comment, as you mentioned. The concluding observation from the committee is reminding actually the government of their responsibility, and also it is teaching the civil society to or provide some tools of empowerment of civil society. And now we would like to have more questions, take more questions. I'm Mibonmu. You mentioned about reasonable accommodation. So translation of reasonable accommodation is important. The reasonable accommodation accommodation's meaning and definition is very important. So there might be different needs of disabled people according to disability type, and this is their right to be provided. Accommodation is a right to the persons with disabilities, but the society does not recognize this as a right given to the disabled people. And in terms of accommodation, it really difficult for us to interpret the definition of accommodation. So some people think that this is not the rights of disabled people. So the purpose of CRPD is to ensure full participation and of disabled people into society. So reasonable accommodation, when we are translating this accommodation, we have to use different terminologies in Korean so that people understand one of the accommodation as one of the rights to be given to the disabled people. So we need to use different terminologies in Korean when we translate accommodation. So in CRPD, we have a variety of the needs of disabled people. And when you translate inclusive in Korean language, you use the terminology is 포용. 포용 means kind of toleration. Do you really understand when you see the Korean terminology? Inclusiveness. So when we translate inclusiveness in Korean language, it's based on charity model, not human rights model. So when you translate inclusiveness and inclusive education in Korean language, I hope that you can use another terminologies. So we have to respect different needs of different people with disabilities. So we have to choose different language in Korean when you translate inclusiveness. And in terms of the statistics, we don't have any statistics for university students of the disabled students, of disabled university students. In higher education, we need further data, more data. And we need to have more specific measures targeting the different needs of disabled students. And special teachers, rather than they are recognized as a partners, they are recognized as assistive personnel to general teachers. So the role of the special teachers should be reorganized or reestablished. We have some educational settings, and we need more tailored training for special school teachers. And also the special education, the subject should be included in all educational curriculums for the general teachers. So I have one question. And to Laos and Mongolia, in major universities, do you have any curriculum which is teaching the special teachers which is educating special teachers in your country?
예, 말씀드리겠습니다. 예, 저희가 이런 특수학교는 굉장히 좀 오랜 역사가
all the people were trained in Russia, so the cooperation finished, and there was no more teachers were trained on special education, because that is also called defectologists, and those now they have more experience from Japan. And the one of the special education teachers studied in Japan and learned about more on the some methodologies. And very recently, they have opened a new class in the Mongolian University of Education. So they have a special education faculty, and they are starting now again to train students, because in these 30 years, we did not have special school teachers. And same also to the sign language. Mongolia had no own local sign language, so we were using different mixture of the words in the sign language. And also we do not know more about the international sign language. And now also in the Ministry of Education, they are doing some sign language standard, Mongolian standard. Plus also they are opening a class for sign language translators, interpreters, and hope in the future that special school education that is led by one of the professor who studied in Japan, who is doing something in a very academic way. So this hope some of the new teachers will be trained. At the moment, we are really shortage of the human resources.
Yep. Thank you for the question. Maybe I give you the briefly answer in terms of the policies and things in university, because now we have 3 universities. So it's still very limited. And we have ones in Vientiane, Luang Prabang, and Champasak, 3 universities that can accommodate the people to get higher educations. So with this, the government also have law in terms of providing the accessible for person with disabilities to access the educations. But in terms of accessibilities, this is under working on this, because we the Ministry of Educations also work with a person with disability in the university. We have 2 blind people that are employed in the National University in Laos. So hope that with this new step, it would be a lot of improvement that we can include the policies or any facilitate with for person with disabilities to enroll or access to the university more. But if talking about the others college or business school, is also quite hard, because they are talking about we need their business type of things. I also graduate from private college, because when I enroll to university, it seems like I'm not wait too long for me. So I decided to pursue my education with private college, and with for them to open their view that person with disability also want higher education as well. I like to do this because to advocate by ourselves, that to see majority that, oh, you with your college still have some people with disability really want to access to the educations. With the trainings, We recently we have JICA to have some particular training in university, but I'm not quite sure with this information in terms of training facility to person with disabilities. I also used to receive the training from JICA, like a short course, but we pay for this. So with the government, with the policy, I think we still working on that, and hopefully in the near future that we would have some like they do have scholarship for blind people and to enroll into the university as well, and also the support from Australian embassy for blind and person with disability to enroll in university. But this is from the donor itself, but in terms of the policy, we are looking for that too. Thank you.
아, 네, 긴 시간 또 이렇게 열정적인 토론을 나눠봤습니다.
For your active participations. So I love the documentation from the UN CRPD committee, and also Sarlak said that's the Bible. I love that the word Bible. And also recently, the UN CRPD committee conducted investigation into Spain and also made some the comment, and also they highlighted some point not to make some inclusive education in Spain. So CRPD committee said without the inclusive educations, the rights of the persons, rights of the children's disabilities would be infringed, and also the students without disabilities also lose the right to learn equality in the society. So this is the reason for us to pursue inclusive education in the society. Inclusive education means right for the person with disability to get the rights, and also inclusive education means can see the equal situations in our society. So this is the another opportunity for students without disabilities to learn to see more equality in the society. So once again, thank you for the three speakers and also our participants from the floor and also from the YouTube. 예, 이분네 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
Yeah, I would like to reaffirm, establish a special classroom in a regular school or in a regular classroom is a kind of disability discrimination. We don't accept, not because CRPD in stipulated, but this is against, discrimination against citizen and also human being. Secondly, about accessibilities. According to ICCPR, it is stipulated that the rights of every citizen to have access on general term of equality to public services in his or her country. These provisions of the article could serve as a basis to incorporate the rights to access into a core international human rights treaty, include the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Therefore, accessibility must be viewed as a disability-specific reaffirmations of the social aspect of the right to access itself. Is it our right to access, and it is entitlement to get it automatically, at least if we have the ID card, no matter, regardless on our identities. Thank you.
네, 마지막까지 정확하게 네.
Thank you for the last comment, Sawalak. Thank you. So this is the closing for the second session 3. And as I mentioned before that, the Mongolian government take some concluding observations from the committee and also this country report to the Mongolian government. So we want to share some information about the Mongolian experience. So we're gonna have some 30 minutes break, but it's maybe would be too long for the break. So we just continue to our the last special session. So thank you for your participation, and so we're gonna begin for our the last session for to learn the Mongolian experience about the concluding observation in UN CRPD committee review. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국장애인단체 총연맹의 선임 김소영입니다.
I'm the Kim So-young from the CODAF. I just explained who we are. So we are umbrella organizations composed of 33 organizations in Korea. We are developing for the policy, and also we are doing some international cooperations for the Korean and the in other countries associations. So this year we were working together with Equal Society for the LD project to response at the UN CRPD committee. So Korean CODAF and also Mongol Equal Society work together. So we just to explain that what is our the process in the Geneva, and also what was the preparations to Geneva the review. So that's why we invited the two friends from the Mongolia. Thank you.
За сайн байцгаана уу. Энэ өдрийн мэндийг хүргэе та бүхэнд.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Намайг Инквент гэдэг би тэгш нийгэм холбоо төрийн бус байгууллагын тэргүүнээр ажилладаг.
So my name is Inkpoint. I am the head of the Eco Society NGO.
Өнөөдөр та бүхэнтэй бас энд уулзж байгаадаа туйлын их баяртай байна.
We are very happy to meet all of you in Korea.
Та бүхний өнөөдөр ярьж байгаа ярилцлага, та бүхний хийсэн туршлага, хийж байгаа үйл ажиллагаа, та бүхний сэтгэл гаргаж зүтгэж байгаа энэ зүйлийг хараад үнэхээр их багталтай сайхан байна.
It was an honor of us of attending to the Global Disability Conference and sharing the experiences and learning from each other.
Тэгэхээр энэ та бүхэнтэй ярилцах, та бүхний хийж байгаа ажилтай танилцах энэ боломжийг олгож өгсөн CODAF байгууллагт баярлалаа гэдгийг хэлхэн зүйтэй.
So we would like to express our gratitude to CODAF who has given us the opportunity to attend to the event.
Өнөөдөр тэгэхээр Монгол улсад хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүний нөхцөл байдал ямар байна? Хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүмүүсийн тухай конвенцийн хэрэгжилт хэр зэрэг байна уу? Бид яаж оролцож гэнэ үү гэдэг талаар та бүхэнд танилцуулгахыг хүсэнд баяртай байна.
Today we have come to the conference and going to share our experience of Mongolia and CRPD in Mongolia.
Тэгэхээр Монгол улс 1990 оноос өмнө бол социалист системтэй байсан. 90 оноос хойш бол арчлалын зарчмаар ажиллаж бид бүхнийг ажиллах ийм боломжийг бол бас олгож өгсөн гэдгийг хэлхэн зүйтэй.
So the Mongolia was until 1990s Mongolia was under socialism and which was a quite closed country, and since 1990s we are open to the world, and it was the big opportunity have come to us to develop.
Тэгэхээр Монгол улс бол 90 оноос хойш арчлалын системд төрийн байгуулалт нь ардчилсан систем шилжсэн. 1992 онд анхны үндсэн хуулийн баталсан хүнлэг энерги нийгэм байгуулах ардчилсан зарчмаар явах гэдгийг бол баталгаажуулсан. нь бол 1992 он юм аа.
So the 1992 first constitutional law has been adopted in Mongolia, and which
which proved us that we are the one of the social democratic country.
Ингээ шинэ үндсэн хуультай болсноос хойш бол хөгжлийн бэрхшээлийн тухай асуудал. Дээрээс нь хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй болчихсон хүмүүсийн асуудал үйлчлэгээг бол тодорхой болгох гэдэг асуудал дээр бол бид нар одоо ярилцах, хэрэгжүүлэх боломж нэгцэн гэдгийг үсэн дээр хэлэх нь
So
зөв.
when we had the constitutional law in 92, it was for us, it was possible to talk about the rights of the persons with disabilities.
За 2006 онд бол тэгш нийгэм холбоо анх удаа байгуулагдсан.
Eco Society NGO is established in 2006.
Гол зорилго нь бол хамт олон түшиглсэн сэргийн төсөлд хамруулан хөгжүүлэлтийг Монголд хэрэгжүүлэхэд дэмжлэг үзүүлэх гэдэг ийм зорилготой.
So main purpose of the NGO was in the beginning for contributing to the implementation of the community-based rehabilitation for the persons with disabilities.
2009 онд бол хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүний эрхийн тухай конвенцийг саяхан баталсан.
So the CRPD was ratified by the government of Mongolia in 2009.
2011 онд засгийн газрын анхны тайлан бичигдэж нүүбэд очсон.
And the government of Mongolia has also ratified the optional protocol together. And 2011, the country first initial report was submitted to the CRPD committee.
2015 онд бол бид конвенцийн 13 дугаар хуралдаан дээр бол хорооны хуралдаан дээр бол бид анх удаа очиж оролцож өөрсдийнхөө үгийг хэлж үзэл баримтлан илэрхийлсэн.
So the organizations of the persons with disabilities were able to raise our voice to the CRPD committee session in 2015 of its 13th session.
Ингээд 15 оны 4 сарын бол анхны зөвлөмж бол Монгол улсын засгийн газарт 57 зүйл залтайгаар бол ирсэн.
So the Mongolian government has received its concluding observation first time in 2015 with the 57 paragraphs.
Конвенцийн 18 онд конвенцийн хорооны хуралдаан бол бас болсон.
Then the next session was held in 2018.
Энэ дээр бол бас бид оролцсон.
The organizations of the persons with disabilities has attended to the session, 20th session.
Энэ бол асуулгын өмнөх хуралдаан бол энэ дээр явагдсан.
This was the list of issues prior to reporting.
За энэ нэгдүгээрх одоо шаардлагын репортыг бичлцэхэд бол бид нар бол анх удаа танилцж, анх удаа энд орсон нэлээд дуршлаг муутай бас нэлээд тулгамдсан ийм асуудлууд байсан. Тийм учраас зөвлөмжн дээр бол яг тодорхой бас илүү хүр дүнтэй зөвлөмж ирсэн гэдэгт бол бас эргэлзээтэй байдаг.
So the 2015 was the new stage for all the persons with disabilities, that we are learning first time about all the cycles and all the management cycles, and also that for us it was new and maybe we did not have the experiences. So for the first concluding observation was not really the voices of the persons with disabilities has been reflected much.
Тийм ч учраас нэгдүгээр зөвлөмж 14 онд гарсан зөвлөмжийн хэрэгжилт бол нэлээд муу гарч байгаа.
So we can also say that our whole country was newly experiencing with the report and all the articles, and the implementation of the first concluding observation was very weak in whole country.
Ингээ 19 онд бид нэр асуултын жагсаалтанд хариулах бий болгоход бол бас энэ дээр оролцсон.
So 2019 the government of Mongolia has responded to the list of issues that was raised by us, by our organizations of the persons with disabilities.
Тэгээ энэс хойш сая бол өвчин гараад бас нэлээд удаан хугацаа бид нар бол усын талаар бол оролцож чадаагүй.
Then after that, of course, during the COVID pandemic, everything was closed and it was stopped.
Ингээд энэ жил сая 8 дугаар сард бол 29 дугаар хуралдаанд оролцох ийм нөхцөл байдал бол үүссэн.
Mongolia was scheduled in August of this year.
Нэгдүгээр илтгэлийг бичихэд бол Европын холбоо Италийн IPO байгууллагатай бол бид нар хамтарч ажиллаж энэ илтгэлийг бол бичсэн.
And for the first shadow report has been prepared by the organizations of the persons with disabilities with the support of the international organization, because we had a European Union co-funded project.
2-3 дахь саяын энэ илтгэлийг бичихэд бол Кодох байгууллагатай бид нар хамтарч энд ажиллах энэ боломжийг бол Кодох байгууллага биднэрт олгосон.
And the second and third shadow report has been prepared by organizations of the persons with disabilities, supported by CODAF.
Ингээд сая 8 сарын 14-өөс 9 сарын 8-ны хооронд бол 29 дугаар хуралдаан болж үүнээс бол үдсэн одоо 8 сарын 17-18-нд бол манай дээр бол зөвлөмжийн одоо батлагдаагүй драфт болон гэж ирч хаад байж байгаа. Ийм нөхцөлд бас та бүхэнтэй уулзж байгаа.
So we just attended last August. We attended to the 29th session of the CRPD committee with the group of the organizations of the persons with disabilities, and plus the government officials attended to the constructive dialogue in Geneva. And just beginning of September, we just received the first unedited version of the concluding observation.
Тийм учраас та бүхнээс суралцж байгаа гэж ингэж хэлж байгаа. Та бүхний туршлагыг сонсож байгаа. Энэ явдал бол Монголын нийт хүмүүс, тэр дундаа хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүмүүс эрхээ хамгаалахад бол маш их тус юм болно гэж ингэж бодож байгаа.
So we are exactly on time, or exactly starting to implement the concluding observation, and exactly at the same time this event is happening. That for us it is from the beginning we are able to attend, collaborate with you, and step together for implementing our concluding observation.
За ингээд сүүдэр илтгэлийг бичсэн үед явцын талаас бас та бүхэнд товчхон танилцуулъя. Мэдээж 15 онд асуултын жагсаалтанд хариулахад бол нийт төрийн 20 төрийн бүс байгууллага энэ дээр хамтарч оролцсон.
So here is our slide shows the shadow report contribution by the organizations of the persons with disabilities. So 2015, 20 organizations collaborated together for responding to the list of issues.
Мөн тэгш нийгэм холбоо бол энэ 20 төрлийн бус байгууллагыг бас зохион байгуулах, манлайлах энэ үйл ажиллагааг бол бас давхар хийсэн.
Eco Society was one of the leading organizations among that 20 organizations.
18 онд бичигдсэн нэгдүгээр сүүдэр илтгэлд бол нийтдээ 2 байгууллага, 2 төрлийн бус байгууллага оролцсон.
In 2018, there were 2 different reports have been submitted to the CRPD committee. The first one was organized by the 2 organizations of the persons with disabilities.
Энэ 2 төрлийн бус нь бол тэгш нийгэм холбоо, биетэй амьдрах байгууллагуудын үндэсний холбоо 2 бол оролцож сүүдэр илтгэлийн 9, 19, 24, 33 гэдэг 4 артикл дээр бол бид нар илүү их ажилласан.
So the Tikshnikum is the translation of Eco Society. Eco Society, together with the Federation of the Independent Living Organizations of Mongolia. So these 2 organizations has submitted its shadow report on 4 articles. So Article 9, 19, 24, and 33.
Мөн энэ дээр бол өөр 9 төрлийн бус байгууллага ус Alliance болж бусад юун дээр бол сүүдэр илтгэл давхар өгсөн.
Then the second report was done by the 9 organizations of the persons with disabilities. They responded to the list of issues.
23 онд оны саяын бичлэгтэн дээр бол 24 төрийн бус байгууллага оролцсон.
So this year, 24 organizations of the persons with disabilities wrote one shadow report.
За хуралдаанд оролцсон төрийн бус байгууллагууд бол 15 оны хуралдаанд бол бидний оролцуулахад бол IDA гэдэг олон улсын байгууллагууд биднэрт бас хамтарч ажиллаж арга зүйг бол нэлээд зааж өгсөн.
So the organizations of the persons with disabilities participated in the CRPD sessions from the beginning, and here International Disability Alliance has supported its first activity.
Нэгдүгээр хуралдаанд оролцоход бол 2 төрлийн бус байгууллага, 1 хувийн туслах, за мөн дэлхийн төдий иргэдийн холбооноос 2 төрлийн бус байгууллага, хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй иргэдийн олон улсын зөвлөл төрийн бус байгууллагаас 1 төрийн бус байгууллага, за тэгш нийгэм холбоо бол 6 төрийн бус, 2 орчуулагчийн хамт 8 хүнтэй хамт 15 онд бол бид нар оролцсон.
So the 2015 total representatives of the organizations of the persons with disabilities were 14, and there are the list of the organizations who funded them to participate. So IDA, International Disability Alliance, World Deaf Federation, Disability Council International, and Eco Society, who had a project funded by EU. So 2 organizations from IDA, 2 organizations from Deaf Federation, 1 from Disability Council International, 6 organizations from EU funded project, plus 1 sign language interpreter and English interpreter.
18 онд оролцсон асуудлын чагсаалтанд оролцсон төрийн бусууд бол 1 олон улсын байгууллага IDA-гаас 1 хүн 1 төрийн бус байгууллага, за тэгш нийгэм холбоо төрийн бус байгууллагаас 4 хүн оролцсон.
So in 2015, we were 5 of us went to Geneva for the list of issues prior to reporting. So IDA supported 1 person. Eco Society EU co-financed project has funded 4 persons, including English interpreter.
За энэ жилийн хувьд бол 2003 онд бол IDA-гаас 4 төрийн бус, 4 хүн, дэлхийн төдий иргэдийн байгууллагаас 1 төрийн бус байгууллага, за Кодок байгууллагаас санхүүжүүлж 2 төрийн бус байгууллага, 1 орчуулагчтай нийтдээ 8 улаан гэж оролцсон.
This year, we had 8 organizations funded by the 3 different sources. So IDA supported 4 organizations, World Deaf Federation supported 1, and COTAF supported 3, including English interpreter.
Ийм байдлаар бид нар бол хуралдаануудад ус төрийн бус байгууллагуудаа оролцуулах ийм үйл ажиллагаануудыг тэгш нийгэм холбоо бусад байгууллагуудтай хамтарч бас зохион байгуулалт хийсэн.
So in collaboration with the different organizations of the persons with disabilities, Eco Society was taking lead among the other organizations of participating in writing the shadow report and submitting it, and also organizing some of the activities.
За сүүлийн сүдрэлтгэлийг бичих үйл ажиллагаанд бол Кодок байгууллагатай тэгш нийгэм холбоо хамтын ажиллагааг 6 сарын 1-ээс 2024 оны 6 сарын 1 хүртэл 1 жилийн хугацаанд бол бид нар санамж бичиг ойлголцлын меморандумд бол гарын үсэг зурснаар ажиллагаа бол эхэлсэн.
So this year, we had Eco Society had a memorandum of understanding with CODAF, and for the duration of the 1 year, and our collaboration started. So it starts from June 23 and until next year, June.
Тэгэхээр энэ ойлголцлын меморандумд дөрвөн зүйл тусгагдаж гарын үсэг зурагдсан. Хоёр байгууллагын хооронд бол хамтын ажиллагаа ингэж эхэлсэн.
So under the memorandum of understanding, 4 different activities has been highlighted.
Саяын 29 дугаар сешнд болсон уралдаан энэ сүүдэр илтгэлд бол явахад бид нар бол Солонгосын бичсэн энэ дуршлагуудаас нэгдүгээр хуваалцаж энэ хүмүүсээс одоо дэмжлэг тусалцаа авч бид нар хамтарч ажиллаж сүүдэр илтгэлийг бол бичих ийм үйл ажиллагааг нэгдүгээр хийх.
So under the framework of the MOU, the first for us it was opportunity to learn experience from Korean organizations of the persons with disabilities before writing our shadow report.
Нэгдүгээр хин хоёрдугаарт нь бол хорооны гишүүдтэй лобби уулзалт хийх, түүн дээр туслах, уралдаанд оролцох боломжийг бий болгох, зохион байгуулахад гэдэг ийм үйл ажиллагаа байсан.
CODAF also supported us to lobby UN committee members and also meeting with the country reporters, submitting lobby papers and participating personally in the session.
Гурав дахь ажил бол зөвлөмжийг гараад ирэхэд хэрэгжүүлэхэд мониторинг хийхэд туслах, хэрэгжилтэн дээр бол хамтарч харилцан хамтарч ажиллах гэдэг ийм ажил орсон.
And next activity is when the concluding observation is released, we are also going to work with the monitoring the implementation of the concluding observation.
Дөрөв дэх ажил нь бол хоёр орны хооронд харилцан айлчил хийж, хамтран ажиллаж, нөхцөл байдлыг судалж, цаашд хамтран ажиллах гэдэг ийм дөрвөн зүйл заалттай меморандумыг бол хийж зурсан.
So the last one is that collaborating with the organizations and visiting to the each countries.
За CODAF байгууллагатай хамтарч ажилласан хийсэн ажлууд бол Солонгос Монголын төрийн бас байгууллагуудын хооронд онлайн уулзалтыг бол 6 сарын 14-нд хийсэн. Монголын талаас бол 14 төрийн бас байгууллага энэ дээр оролцсон.
The first activity among the Mongolian and Korean organizations was the online workshop that exchanging the experiences between two countries.
Мөн дараагаар нь бол бас нэг чухал ажил бол хорооны Монголыг хариуцсан хорооны гишүүн савтай бол бас Монголд аваачиж төрийн бас байгууллагуудтай уулзалт хийсэн.
So for us it was first time to meet with our country reporter in our country, and it was a big opportunity for us to share our ideas and learning from Miss Seo.
Энэ уулзалтыг бол 6 сарын 27, 28, 2 өдөр хийсэн. Нийтдээ бол Монголын 30 төрлийн бас байгууллага энэ дээр оролцож бид нар харилцсан маш их төвтэйгээр 2 өдөр ярилцаж туршлага хуваалцсан.
30 organizations of the persons with disabilities attended to the workshop, and it was very fruitful discussions has been held.
За ингээд бид нар бол Женевт очсон 8 төрлийн бустай очсон. За 8 сарын 14-өөс 18-ны хооронд бол бид нар нэлээд олон хорооны гишүүд нартай уулзалтыг хийсэн.
So big number of the organizations of the persons with disabilities attended to the CRPD session, and we have met different committee members.
14-нд бол хорооны гишүүд төрийн бусуудтай хоорондын хамтын уулзалтыг хийсэн. 15-нд хорооны гишүүн Кабоетэй бол 8, 9, 21-р артиклаар тусгайлан уулзсан. 16-нд хорооны гишүүн Амалия Гамиэтэй 7, 19-өр бол тусгайлан уулзсан. За мөн хорооны гишүүн Шипертэй бол 18, 33-аар бас уулзсан.
Some specific meetings has been held by among the CRPD committee members, and our representatives of the organizations of the persons with disabilities. As you can see here is that some members of the committee who talked about Article 8, 9, 21, 7, 19, 18, and 33.
Дараагаар нь бол 17-8-нд бол засгийн газрын гишүүдийн ярьсан тайлгнасан тайланг бол бид нар бол бас хамтдаа сонсож дүгнэлт хийцгаасан.
Then on 17 and 18 of August, we were able to listen our speeches of the government people during the constructive dialogue.
За ингээд 2 3 дугаар тайлангийн зөвлөмжүүл ингээ урьдчилсан байдлаар сая бол ирчихсэн ингээ байж байгаа. Одоо бол бид нар цааш нь яаж ажиллах вэ гэдэг энэ асуудал гарч байна.
So at the moment we just received our concluding observation as unedited version, and now we are just planning how to implement the concluding observation.
За бид цаашид юу хийх ёстой вэ гэдэг дээр ерөнхий бас зураглал төлөвлөгөө хийж байгаа. За манайд бол одоо юу байна вэ гэвэл 33-1-ээр хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүний үндэсний зөвлөл гэж Монгол Улсын засгийн газрын хэрэг хэрэглэх газрын дараагаар ахлуулсан юм үндэсний зөвлөл ажилдаг.
So the green side of our slide is the government scheme of what we have. So the implementing the Article 33.1, Mongolia has a national steering committee headed by the head of the cabinet.
Хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй хүний хөгжлийн ерөнхий газар гэж тусгайлан үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг ийм бүтцийг бол бий болгосон.
But also we have one of the agency called the General Authority for the Development of Persons with Disabilities.
Аймаг дүүргийн засаг даргаар ахлуулсан албан бус зөвлөлүүд бол бүх нэгжүүд дээр засаг захиргааны нэгж дээр бол байж байгаа байгуулагдсан.
This national steering committee exists in all provinces and sub-provinces and it ministries level.
Гэхдээ үйл ажиллагаа бол сайн явагдахгүй байгаа.
But we see that implementation and activities towards persons with disabilities are not active enough.
Учраас одоо ирж байгаа зөвлөмжийг үндэслээд бид нар бол Конвенцийн 33-2-3-ыг ашиглаад бие даасан мониторинг механизмыг бий болгож ажиллах.
For equal society and other organizations of the persons with disabilities, the main concern of us is to implement Article 33.2 and 33.3 on establishing independent monitoring mechanism.
Дараагийн зөвлөмж бол 2031 онд бичигдэхэр байгаа тайлан. Тэгэхээр 31 он хүртэл бид нар бол шилжилтийн төлөвлөгөө гэдэг зүйлийг хийж түүнийг хэрэгжүүлэх гэдэг ийм зорилго тавьж ажиллаж байгаа.
Then our next reporting period is 2031. So by 2031, Mongolian government has to implement the CRPD and its concluding observation. So we need to develop a plan of action, or how much does it cost? Does it named? Maybe can be transitional plan or something. That plan of action has to be developed by the government of Mongolia.
Тэр өнөөдрийн та бүхний ярьсан танилцуулсан хийж байгаа ажлыг сонсоход бол бидний хувьд бол санхүүжилт хариуцах эзэн хоёрыг бол засгийн газраас маш тодорхой бичиж хуулинд оруулж ингэж явах нь бол зүйтэй юм байна гэж төлөвлөгөөнд тусгаж явах нь зүйтэй юм байна гэдэг нэгдүгээрт ийм дүгнэлт хийж байна. Хоёрдугаарт бол бид нар ялгарлан гадуурхалтын болоод хүртээмжийн тухай хуулийг бол саадгүй байдлын тухай хуулийг бол яарвчлан батлах гэдэг асуудал дээр бол онцгойлон анхаарал тавьж ажиллах хэрэгтэй юм байна гэдгийг ойлгож байна. Баярлалаа.
And also the Mongolian government is somehow stuck on elaborating the text of the barrier-free accessibility law. So for the organizations of the persons with disabilities, today also we have learned a lot from your experiences that countries should have own law on the accessibility and law on anti-discrimination. So for this also we will work together with our organizations of the persons with disabilities. And also today we have learned a lot from you, from your experiences about the budgeting and also the responsible bodies. So thank you for also giving us such kind of new inspirations that we can also reflect it to our activities in the future. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for the presentations. I know that it's the long history and also many organizations work together for this the process. But you just delivered very this core point about the experiences. Once again, maybe thank you for the hard work to take the concluding observations in order to protect and promote the rights of the persons with disabilities in the country. And also we should do something to pressure the government to implement or to develop some of the policies for the people. So this is very valuable approach by your countries, and also our all Asian Pacific friends are working together to develop these kinds of good systems in their each country. So this is very important opportunity for us to share, to learn in one place each other. So once again, thank you for your good participations from Asia Pacific countries. And also thank you for the participants for today. I know that many people that said they would like to join in this event, but they couldn't come. But anyhow, all the conference informations would be released from the YouTube broadcasting, and also we make some caption the work for the Korean version and for the English version for this event. We will share soon. And tomorrow is the last session to know to develop our indicator to implement concrete observations. So still that is the draft from the 3 times of the workshops. We have developed our indicators. But tomorrow, so we're gonna share what was our the sharings to develop this in the draft indicator. So tomorrow morning, the 10 p.m. So we will see you again, and also our online the broadcasting. So we'll begin from the 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So please give a big applause to ourselves. Thank you for your participation today. I'd like to wrap up the session. And so